Chapter 368. The appearance of Elder Bai was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Sect leader? Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard Elder Bai. Looks like this matter has already alarmed the 7-star sword sect leader. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The Migres Peak's master that died this time was a great figure of the 7-star sword sect after all. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, it was impossible for him to stand idly by and do nothing, and he would surely investigate this matter deeply. Master, this matter surely isn't related to scoundrel. Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai with an anxious expression, deeply afraid that something would happen to Duan Lingtian because of this. Elder Bai looked at Li Fei and her eyes emitted a doting expression as she lightly smiled. Fei, don't worry. The sect leader only asked Duan Lingtian to go over and didn't want to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Exactly what happened to this matter isn't something that Wu Yongqian alone can decide. Exactly, Elder Bai is right. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little girls had worried expressions now, and he couldn't help but console them. Duan Lingtian, I heard from some Alcade Peak disciples that you've come to Alcade Peak, and only then did I guess that you're here. Since the sect leader has summoned you, then make a trip. I'll go with you. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't avoid this matter. I'll go as well. The two little girls, Li Fei and Ke, spoke in unison. In the end, Duan Lingtian went with the 4 girls to step onto the chain bridge that led from Alcade Peak to Dubhe Peak, and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak to see the 7-star sword sect leader. Presently, there was practically not a single Alcade Peak disciple in the vicinity of the Alcade Peak's trade hall. Looks like those Alcade Peak disciples have all gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he faintly guessed the reason. Wu Dao was the peak master of Migres Peak, and his death was sufficient to cause a great earthquake in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian believed him. At this moment, so long as it was a 7-star sword sect member that knew of this news, they ought to have gathered at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak. It was human nature to watch the show. On the road, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his eardrums to tremble slightly. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if the death of the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, is related to you or not. You must remember, you must flatly deny that Wu Dao's death is related to you, and completely disassociate yourself from the relationship. It was Elder Bai's voice transmission. Elder Bai's words warmed Duan Lingtian's heart, and he replied via voice transmission, Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. I know what to do. Elder Bai nodded, and only then did she relax. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and he could be considered to be half a disciple of hers, even if it was only for the sake of her disciple. She didn't want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the 4 women arrived at the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak together, although Duan Lingtian was prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Presently, the peak of Heavenly Pivot Peak was filled with a dense crowd, and heads were moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Most of these people were 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, and although there were many inner court disciples, they were completely drowned out by the outer court disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that a few tens of figures were standing high in the sky in the distance. Obviously, they were all void stage experts. These people were led by a middle-aged man that wore an azure robe with gold inlaid on it. The middle-aged man stood there with his eyes closed, unmoving like a mountain, and imperceptibly, he gave others an unfathomable feeling. He's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? Instantly, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this middle-aged man, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has come. Suddenly, the surging crowd was in an uproar, and there were indeed some people that stood at the edge of the crowd that noticed Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. According to what Wu Yongqian, the foster son of Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, said, Wu Dao was precisely killed by Duan Lingtian. A mere 7-star sword sect inner court disciple caused the death of the peak master of Migres Peak. This Duan Lingtian's ability caused them to feel fear and terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he continued walking forward with the 4 women. Everywhere they passed, the surging crowd automatically opened up a wide path for them. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Presently, when the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that opened up a path for him focused their gazes on him, their eyes emitted traces of a sheen of terror, as if he wasn't a human, but a dreadful beast. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this, and he directly arrived at the empty space in the middle of the crowd. On the empty space, Wu Yongqian knelt there. Beside Wu Yongqian lay a corpse silently. The corpse's face was black, and the blood on the 7 apertures of the corpse hadn't completely dried up, and it seemed to be incomparably dazzling. Wu Dao. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that the person that lay on the ground and bled to death was precisely the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao. The Wu Dao that was overbearing in front of him in the past and intended to seize his method of utilizing origin energy had now become a corpse. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recognized the signs of Wu Dao being poisoned. It really is the poison of the soul-severing fruit. This Wu Dao's luck is really good, he actually really found the soul-severing fruit in the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. This Wu Dao is really misfortunate to the extreme. No matter how rare the soul-severing fruit was, he was actually able to find it. He deserved to die. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian, who knelt on the ground, abruptly raised his head, and his scarlet red eyes flickered with a gaze of hatred as it converged onto Duan Lingtian. It's you, it's you. It's you that caused the death of my foster father, it's you that caused the death of my foster father. I want to take revenge for foster father, I want to take revenge for foster father. Amidst his roars, Wu Yongqian stomped on the ground and rose up, and he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast as he flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Accompanying Wu Yongqian's flashing out was the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air. Swish. Instantly, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared in Wu Yongqian's left hand, and his origin energy raged as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, beside the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes were another 40+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 160+ ancient mammoths, all exploded out. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, but he didn't make a move. Because someone had made a move before him. Swoosh. An ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart abruptly sounded out, and the sound of air exploding echoed out in succession. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and with a bang, Wu Yongqian flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, fiercely falling onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. How can you be presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Bai withdrew her hand and stood at the side of Duan Lingtian, and her cold gaze swept Wu Yongqian as she spoke with a cold voice. Subsequently, Elder Bai soared up into the sky and descended by the side of a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman high in the sky, Duan Lingtian. Wu Yongqian lay on the ground as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and a sheen of hatred flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him, and he raised his head to look at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who stood in the sky with his eyes closed. Linghu Jinhong looked to be no different from an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian was instead able to feel that he was unfathomable. Duan Lingtian believed. This Linghu Jinhong's strength was absolutely not inferior to Zhang Shouyong. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong and greeted him. Even when facing the 7-star sword sect's leader, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight, and he didn't have the slightest intention of bowing. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. It was a middle-aged man that stood behind Duan Lingtian, and he stepped out into the sky. His cold eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, why aren't you bowing when you see the sect leader? Looks like you don't take the sect leader seriously. As he spoke, he put the crime of not respecting the sect leader on Duan Lingtian. Not taking the sect leader seriously? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, as the middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of his. Elder Zhaolin, which eye of yours saw that I don't take the sect leader seriously? The middle-aged man was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhaolin. Humph. Zhaolin grunted coldly. You actually dare not bow when you see the sect leader? Isn't this not taking the sect leader seriously? Zhaolin stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a blade, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring in one go and obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, it was instead deathly silent at this moment. Zhaolin's words entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone was curious how Duan Lingtian would respond. After all, within the 7-star sword sect, being disrespectful to the sect leader was a not small crime. Of course, there were also many people that were worried about Duan Lingtian. Not only does this kid not bow before me, he actually still does as he pleases before the sect leader. The corners of Jing Fan's mouth curled into a helpless bitter smile. Instead, it was the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman that stood by Elder Bai's side that sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and the sexy corners of her mouth that curled into an arc had a slight mischievous smile mixed within. He's the man that Kerr yearns for day and night? Even until now, he seems to not have the slightest fear, and has a carefree expression as if he has a card up his sleeve. I wonder how he'll deal with Zhao Lin's difficulties. The beautiful woman's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person involved, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, still had his eyes closed as he stood there in the air, as if he didn't know anything about his surroundings. Ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian laughed loudly, and his laughter spread out to every corner of the peak of Dubhe Peak. It caused the group of 7-star sword sect disciples to feel their scalps go numb. What's this Duan Lingtian doing? He dares be so presumptuous before the sect leader? Elder Zhaolin. Chapter 369. I really don't think highly of the sect leader. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that abruptly exploded out on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words were spoken, the air at the scene seemed to be jerked. It was deathly silent. Although there were many people on the peak of Dubhe Peak, all of them held their breaths now, and it was terrifyingly silent, as if the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. After a short moment, high above in the sky, besides the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who still had his eyes closed as he stood in midair with a calm expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. The remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups all went pale. This kid is too willful. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Jing Fan, frowned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian contained slight worry mixed within. The beautiful woman's beautiful brows slightly trembled, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to discern something from Duan Lingtian. Elder Bai, who stood by the beautiful woman's side, had a worried expression. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's courage would be so great, to actually dare say in public that he didn't think highly of the sect leader. Suddenly. Hiss. 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 A wave of gasping sounds rose and fell, and it spread throughout the entire peak of Dubhe Peak. It was the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Dubhe Peak that had finally recovered from their shock. Duan Lingtian has gone mad. Madman. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Saying he doesn't think highly of the sect leader in front of the sect leader. Isn't he courting death? Humph. Does he really think that because he possesses extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, the sect leader won't blame him? He's simply indulging in fantasy. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune today. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered. At this moment, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that stood near Duan Lingtian and could see Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. In front of the seven-star sword sect leader and all the higher-ups, saying that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes? In the entire seven-star sword sect, probably only this Duan Lingtian was able to say something like this, and only he dared to say it. Of course, saying such words also meant that he had to pay a great price. Bastard. Young master. Li Fei and Ke, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, exclaimed softly. A trace of worry appeared on their beautiful faces. While they were worried, they also had some doubts. Logically speaking, the Duan Lingtian they knew wasn't such an impulsive person. Zhou Qing stood by Li Fei's side with a dumbstruck expression as well, and her eyes emitted slight worry as she looked at Duan Lingtian's figure. Does this Duan Lingtian not want to live anymore? Yi Xiaobei, He Dong, and the other seven-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also people that took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. For example, Wu Yongqian and Hu Shuifeng. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you deal with this today. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, then he wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to say that he didn't put the sect leader in his eyes in front of the sect leader? Hu Shuifeng's face revealed a mad smile. Presumptuous. High above in the sky, Zhao Lin, who looked down at Duan Lingtian, abruptly shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare say that you didn't put the sect leader in your eyes? This is great disrespect to the sect leader. According to the rules of the seven-star sword sect, you ought to be crippled of your cultivation. As Zhao Lin spoke, the origin energy on his body roiled. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky and were on the verge of erupting. His icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. To him, this was a good opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when Zhao Lin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, you keep saying that I was disrespectful to the sect leader. But I wonder when I was disrespectful to the sect leader? Please enlighten me, Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian naturally felt the killing intent in Zhao Lin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Zhao Lin is really chattering without end. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be speechless. Earlier, this Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he didn't take the sect leader seriously. It's only been a short while, and he's already playing dumb? Right when most people revealed astounded expressions from Duan Lingtian's words. High above in the sky, the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, who'd always had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian, he wasn't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian. This rare genius in the martial Tao of the seven-star sword sect had long since caused his reputation to reverberate like thunder, and he'd always wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. What does this little fellow have in mind? Linghu Jinhong looked at the scene before him, and his heart slightly jerked as he was filled with curiosity. Humph. Zhao Lin stood in the sky. The origin energy on his body was like flames that coiled and suffused his entire body, and he grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, as the saying goes, spilled water can't be taken back. Everyone present has heard what you said earlier. It's impossible for you to take it back if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. Then I want to ask Elder Zhao Lin, what did I say that caused you to think that I was greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? Zhao Lin said in a low voice, earlier, you said you didn't take the sect leader seriously. Could it be that this isn't greatly disrespectful to the sect leader? You still want to deny it? So it's these words. Duan Lingtian nodded and had an expression of sudden understanding, then he looked at Zhao Lin and asked with a smile. Elder Zhao Lin, according to what you said, I said I didn't take the sect leader seriously, and I was greatly disrespectful? Of course. Zhao Lin's brows raised as the origin energy in his hand condensed and skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian, you were greatly disrespectful to the sect leader and committed a great taboo of the sect. Today, I'll cripple an arrogant disciple like you on behalf of the sect." As Zhao Lin spoke, his figure shook and intended to envelop Duan Lingtian and attack Duan Lingtian. However, instantly, Zhao Lin's face went grim. He noticed that at this moment, there were two formidable auras stretching over and tightly locking onto him, causing him to not dare make any rash movements. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. The Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. He knew clearly in his heart. Now, with these two people protecting Duan Lingtian, unless the sect leader personally gave the order, otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. He regretted it. If he knew earlier, he should have directly made a move and killed Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian spoke those greatly disrespectful words earlier. At that time, Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang hadn't targeted him yet. He'd missed the best opportunity. She's Ker's master. The Alcade Peak's master. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman that floated by Elder Bai's side, and he thought in his heart. The beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious with an extraordinary bearing. "Thank you, Peak Master." Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, then she replied via voice transmission. "Why are you thanking me? If it wasn't for you and Peak Master Zheng Fan, this mad dog, Zhao Lin, would probably have already made a move against me." Duan Lingtian continued via voice transmission. "Mad dog?" The corners of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, and she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "You must give the sect leader an explanation for today's matter. Even though the sect leader thinks highly of your natural talent, it doesn't mean that you can act recklessly." "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied, then once again looked at Zhao Lin and asked indifferently. "Elder Zhao Lin, you said earlier that I don't take the sect leader seriously, and that is greatly disrespectful to the sect leader. I wonder if you take the sect leader seriously?" "Of course." Zhao Lin didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke with certainty. "So in this way, Elder Zhao Lin, you take the sect leader seriously, and you don't take him seriously in your heart?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. When he saw Zhao Lin's face go grim and want to refute, he'd already looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. "Sect leader, I think that if you want to see if a 7-star sword sect disciple respects you, it doesn't depend on whether the etiquette is considerate or not. Just like me, although I don't take you seriously, I still take you seriously in my heart and respect you from the bottom of my heart. Unlike some people. They say one thing, yet think another thing in their hearts." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lin and pointed out something. "Duan Lingtian, don't make slanderous accusations." Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he almost roared. At this moment, if it wasn't for Zheng Fan and Qin Xiang staring at him, he wished for nothing more than to directly make a move and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. "Enough." A calm voice suddenly sounded out, and it suppressed Zhao Lin's hysterical voice. Linghu Jinhong glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. "Zhao Lin, you ought to properly cultivate your character. You ought to change this impatient temper of yours." "Yes, sect leader." Zhao Lin took a deep breath and nodded. But the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with contained frightening coldness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise. All of them wanted to know. Would the sect leader punish Duan Lingtian? After all, what Duan Lingtian said earlier was too far-fetched. Finally, Linghu Jinhong slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 2 years, and he successively defeated a strong opponent on the life and death arena and killed 4 outer court disciples. He left the sect for a year, and on the day he returned, he used a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage to kill a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple. Linghu Jinhong's tone was calm, and although his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. These deeds of Duan Lingtian were familiar to everyone present. But when it was spoken out, it instead caused some 7-star sword sect disciples to be greatly surprised. Looks like the sect leader has always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange, Duan Lingtian is a rare genius in the martial Dao of our 7-star sword sect after all. Once he matures, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to the 5 great young masters. Exactly, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it's sufficient to obtain the sect leader's attention. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Chapter 370. Duan Lingtian. You, very good. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face that was tranquil from the beginning until the end revealed a trace of a rare smile. I won't pursue the matter from before, let's drop it here. Let's drop it here. Since Linghu Jinhong said this, he obviously didn't plan to fuss about what had happened earlier with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold, and he had an unwilling expression. This Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lin hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Linghu Jinhong. Zhao Lin, are you questioning my decision? Linghu Jinhong's voice was calm, and it contained coldness mixed within, causing Zhao Lin to shudder, and he shook his head in panic. Zhao Lin doesn't dare. Meanwhile, the peak of Dubhe Peak was once again in an uproar. The sect leader really thinks highly of Duan Lingtian, and he's letting it go just like that? Looks like those with strong natural talent in the martial Dao do indeed have special privileges. Some 7-star sword sect disciples were extremely envious of Duan Lingtian from their words. Presently, the group of people that were concerned about Duan Lingtian, like Li Fei, Ke, and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people that wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, like Wu Yongqian and Lu Shegu, their expressions were gloomy. I never imagined that this little bastard would be able to escape calamity. Hu Shuifeng glanced at Li Fei and Ke who were following behind Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth. What did this Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain the favor of so many beauties? First was Li Fei. Now, there was another young woman whose beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. For a time, the flames of jealousy that filled Hu Shuifeng's heart arose, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian thanked Linghu Jinhong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with praise, and thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian is different from the other 7-star sword sect disciples. When the other disciples stood before me, they were all respectful and reverent, and didn't even dare breathe loudly. But what Linghu Jinhong didn't know. Because of his casual attitude at this time, it made Linghu Jinhong look at him a bit higher. Sect leader, you have to give back my justice Lingtian. Suddenly, Wu Yongqian's voice sounded out, and like a fuse, it completely ignited the atmosphere at the peak of Migres Peak. Lingtian, Lingtian, Lingtian. They remembered the reason why they were gathered here today. Lingtian, 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 Lingtian of Lingtian, 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 Lingtian. Impossible. The peak master of Migres Peak has a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage. How could Duan Lingtian possibly kill him? That's not necessarily true. Don't forget the miracles Duan Lingtian has created in the past. Yeah, no matter what kind of miracle it is, as long as it happens to Duan Lingtian, I won't be surprised. If the Migres Peak's peak master was really killed by Duan Lingtian, then no matter how much the sect leader values Duan Lingtian today, Duan Lingtian will probably be unable to escape death. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples started whispering in discussion. At this moment, the gaze Linghu Jinhong shot at Duan Lingtian abruptly became fierce, and he asked with a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Wu Yongqian said it was you who killed the peak master of Migres Peak. Do you know your crime? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner, and his eyes were crimson red as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that lay dormant at the side as he spied on Duan Lingtian. ready to pounce at any moment. Sect leader, Peak Master Wu Dao's death isn't related to me. What crime have I committed? Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied it flatly. Even though Wu Dao died because of consuming the soul destruction fruit. But as far as he was concerned, Wu Dao's death wasn't related to him in the slightest. If it wasn't for Wu Dao spying on his method of utilizing origin energy, he wouldn't have casually described the characteristics of the soul destruction fruit. Wu Dao finding the soul destruction fruit and consuming it to death was simply his own misfortune, and he only had himself to blame. Duan Lingtian, you're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's denial, and he almost roared. If it wasn't for you misleading my foster father to look for that poisonous fruit, he wouldn't have consumed the poisonous fruit and died from the poison. It's all your fault. It's you who deceived my foster father and made him mistakenly think that it was a spirit fruit that was capable of causing origin energy to mutate. What the heck is going on? Linghu Jianhong's sword-shaped brows twitched, and his fierce gaze seemed to have transformed into a sword that flashed straight towards Wu Yongqian, causing Wu Yongqian's body to tremble for no reason, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wu Yongqian hadn't mentioned all this before. He only said that Duan Lingtian caused the death of the Migres Peak's master. Let me say it. Duan Lingtian spoke first, then looked at Linghu Jianhong and said, Sect leader, that day, after Peak Master Wu Dao saw through my secret, he wanted to obtain the method of utilizing origin energy from me that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused. Method of utilizing origin energy? Linghu Jianhong's sword-shaped brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Sect leader, the reason I was able to defeat the strong as the weak was because my origin energy was able to execute an extremely profound method. Peak Master Wu Dao precisely saw through my method, so he summoned me. He wanted to obtain that method from me and take it for himself. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly. Humph. Wu Yongqian snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, on that day, my foster father wanted to obtain your method of utilizing origin energy because he wanted to contribute it to the sect. Don't make slanderous accusations and slander my foster father. Slander? Duan Lingtian laughed, then said indifferently, Wu Yongqian, I'm extremely curious, do you believe the words you're saying now? If Peak Master Wu Dao really wanted me to contribute that method of utilizing origin energy to the sect, why didn't he report it to the sect leader first before making a decision? It can be seen from this that he did it for his own selfish desires. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he spoke bluntly without holding back in the slightest. You. Wu Yongqian's expression was unsightly. At this moment, he was able to feel the doubtful gazes that swept over from the surroundings. Obviously, no one believed what he said. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear. Besides Wu Yongqian, the gazes of practically everyone present descended onto him. No matter if it was the crowd of 7-star sword sect higher-ups or the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples. At this moment, they were filled with interest towards the secret of Duan Lingtian's method of utilizing origin energy. Only because that was the method Duan Lingtian used to defeat the strong as the weak. It was Duan Lingtian's trump card. Duan Lingtian relied on that method of utilizing origin energy to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage? Probably. Some 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their eyes shone as they stared at Duan Lingtian. They could imagine. If they were able to grasp that method, their strength would surely obtain an extremely great increase. They didn't even think about it. Even if he really possessed that miraculous and profound method, would Duan Lingtian share it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke once more. I told Peak Master Wu Dao about the secret of my method of utilizing origin energy. My origin energy underwent a mutation precisely because of a spirit fruit I encountered in the primeval forest. At that time, after I consumed that spirit fruit, my origin energy underwent a mutation, and thus I possessed the method of defeating the strong as the weak. Duan Lingtian's words caused a wave of sighs. So it turns out that Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit, and that's why he possessed that strange method. Spirit fruits, especially such a miraculous spirit fruit, are an extremely rare fortuitous encounter, and it's difficult for others to replicate. Some 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Duan Lingtian continued. Later on, I described the characteristics of that spirit fruit to Peak Master Wu Dao. Since that time I left Migra's Peak, I've never seen Peak Master Wu Dao again. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yongqian and said indifferently, as for why he slandered me for causing the death of his foster father, I don't know. Perhaps it's because I crippled his right arm that day, so he thought of using this slandering method to take revenge on me. Or perhaps, the death of Peak Master Wu Dao was caused by him. He did this only for the sake of slandering me, for the sake of obtaining Peak Master Wu Dao's grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're talking nonsense. Wu Yongqian's face went gloomy when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body roiled as his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a brutal fierce beast that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In Wu Yongqian's hand, the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, appeared once more, the strength of over 160 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. When faced with Wu Yongqian, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he abruptly raised his hand, and a narrow sword appeared out of thin air. It was a grade 6 spirit sword as well. Instantly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. Clang! The two grade 6 spirit swords collided, and Duan Lingtian's quake energy shook, forcing Wu Yongqian to abandon his sword. At the instant the sword in Wu Yongqian's hand fell to the ground. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian kicked out, kicking Wu Yongqian flying, and the latter fiercely fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. I'll kill you. Wu Yongqian struggled to stand up, and once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and killing intent was aroused in his eyes. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort that seemed to have come from within an ice cave caused the air to slightly condense. Instantly, Wu Yongqian, who flashed swiftly towards Duan Lingtian, strangely stopped halfway, his body stiffened, and he didn't move for a long time, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat, so strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his heart trembled. At the instant Linghu Jinhong's imposing aura condensed and descended onto Wu Yongqian, his acute spiritual force clearly sensed it. Linghu Jinhong only used his imposing aura to cause Wu Yongqian to be unable to move in the slightest. As expected of the 7-star sword sect's leader, a void initiation stage expert. Only when Linghu Jinhong withdrew his imposing aura did Wu Yongqian recover his composure, and his face flushed red as he said agitatedly, "Sect leader, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. My foster father ate the spirit fruit that he described, and then died from the poison. He surely did it on purpose, he surely did it on purpose." As he finished speaking, Wu Yongqian was slightly hysterical. Meanwhile, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. Chapter 371. Intentionally? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain from laughing when faced with Wu Yongqian's hysteria. You said I intentionally caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao? Exactly, it was you that caused the death of my foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes were crimson red and suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he was about to swallow his target. After glancing at Wu Yongqian as if he was looking at an idiot, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, the characteristics of the spirit fruit I described before Peak Master Wu Dao was indeed no different than the spirit fruit I consumed that day. As for the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao found, according to my guess, it ought to only have similar characteristics to the spirit fruit I consumed. But, I'm extremely curious. Even I know how to use a silver needle to first test if the spirit fruit is poisonous before daring to consume it. Could it be that Peak Master Wu Dao didn't test the spirit fruit he obtained and directly consumed it? Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with bewilderment. Peak Master Wu Dao tested that spirit fruit. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups. The old man had a benevolent expression, and after lightly smiling and nodding to Duan Lingtian, he said, Peak Master Wu Dao used a silver needle to test the spirit fruit he obtained, but didn't find any toxicity. Later on, he was still worried, so he looked for me and the other alchemy elders to help him. When he spoke up to hear, the old man paused for a moment before continuing. But according to our tests, that spirit fruit indeed didn't have any toxicity. Now it would seem that the toxicity within that spirit fruit is extremely secretive, and utterly impossible to test. In my entire lifetime, it's still the first time that I, Guanzhong, know that such a spirit fruit actually exists in the world. When he spoke up to hear, the old man sighed. Guanzhong. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. According to his knowledge, the one and only grade 6 alchemist in the 7-star sword sect was called Guanzhong. He was also the alchemy elder that controlled the 7-star sword sect's alchemy hall. Hiss. 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 The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. It caused the atmosphere on the peak of Dubhe Peak to become slightly oppressive. Even Elder Guanzhong is unable to test the toxicity of that spirit fruit. The peak master of Migres Peak, his luck is truly, it seems that even if we get some kind of spirit fruit in the future, we can't eat it directly. It's best to cut out a small piece and feed it to the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts don't die, then we can eat it. If Peak Master Wu Dao knew how to use this method to test for poison, he wouldn't have been poisoned to death. Perhaps even Peak Master Wu Dao himself didn't expect that the poison of the spirit fruit couldn't be detected by normal means. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and they all felt that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, had died unjustly, and died with grievance. Duan Lingtian, you must recognize that kind of spirit fruit, so you deliberately let my master look for it, right? Wu Yongxian glared at Duan Lingtian and questioned sternly. Idiot. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Wu Yongxian and calmly said, Didn't you hear what Elder Guanzhong said? Even he has never seen or heard of such a spirit fruit. Don't tell me you think my knowledge is better than Elder Guanzhong's. Moreover, according to my knowledge, there are many spirit fruits that have similar characteristics, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. Duan Lingtian looked at Guanzhong and slowly asked. Elder Guanzhong, is it so? Guanzhong nodded. It's indeed so. There are countless types of spirit fruits in Cloud Continent, but their medicinal strengths aren't the same. According to my knowledge, there are many types of spirit fruits that have similar characteristics to other spirit fruits, and they can practically pass off as genuine. As soon as Guanzhong finished speaking, it caused a stir on the peak of Dubhe Peak as expected. Looks like Peak Master Wu Dao ought to have just found a spirit fruit with similar characteristics. But, although the spirit fruit he found has similar characteristics to the spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed, its medicinal strength is at two extremes. Exactly. The spirit fruit Duan Lingtian consumed gave him an extremely great benefit, causing others to be envious. But the spirit fruit Peak Master Wu Dao consumed was a type of spirit fruit that even Elder Guanzhong was unable to test the toxicity of. This type of spirit fruit is unheard of. I'm afraid only by allowing a person or beast to personally test the poison would one be able to test the toxicity of this type of spirit fruit. But, when an ordinary person obtains a spirit fruit, would they share it with another person or beast? Peak Master Wu Dao will become the Peak Master of Migres Peak that died the most aggrieved death in the history of our 7-star sword sect. The whispers of these 7-star sword sect disciples entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, and it caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. That Wu Dao was indeed unfortunate and died aggrieved. He was even able to encounter the soul-severing fruit. This fact still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock, and he felt as if he was dreaming. At that time, he casually fabricated the toxicity of the soul-severing fruit for the sake of brushing off Wu Dao. But he never imagined that Wu Dao really went to the primeval forest to look for the soul-severing fruit. Even more unexpected was that Wu Dao actually really found the soul-severing fruit. Perhaps, at the moment Wu Dao found the soul-severing fruit, his fate was already decided. Sect leader, you already know the sequence of events. If Peak Master Wu Dao really died because of that poisonous fruit, then it can only be said to be a freak combination of factors. I never imagined that there was another type of poisonous fruit within the primeval forest that had characteristics similar to the spirit fruit I consumed, and it was even found by Peak Master Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong as he slowly spoke. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand and his origin energy roiled before enveloping down and sweeping up the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, on the ground. After a short moment, this grade 6 spirit sword that originally belonged to the Peak Master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao, fell into Linghu Jinhong's hand. The Peak Master of Migra's Peak, Wu Dao, mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit and died, and it's unrelated to anyone else. The grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, will be temporarily safeguarded by me, and will be left to the next Peak Master of Migra's Peak. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, his eyes squinted as he abruptly looked at Wu Yongqian, who was about to speak once more. The fierce gaze caused Wu Yongqian to shudder, and he tightly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Disperse. As Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out, he announced the end of today's farce. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the 7-star sword sect disciples, Linghu Jinhong's figure gradually faded, and he first transformed into a phantom before vanishing without a trace. Duan Lingtian, arrive at Dubhe Hall in 3 days. At the same time, a warm voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. This was precisely the voice of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. I'm not resigned, I'm not resigned. After Linghu Jinhong left, Wu Yongqian roared as he carried Wu Dao's body and dashed madly down Dubhe Peak. Everywhere he passed, the 7-star sword sect disciples moved aside. I originally thought that Wu Yongqian had some ironclad evidence that could prove that it was Duan Lingtian that caused the death of Peak Master Wu Dao. Never had I imagined that in the end, all of this was actually a farce. However, we've finally found out the secret of Duan Lingtian defeating a stronger opponent. Not only is Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao formidable, his luck is excessively good as well, causing others to be envious. Amidst the waves of bustling discussion, the 7-star sword sect disciples gradually dispersed. Humph. Hu Shuefeng glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, then gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving with an unwilling expression. High above in the sky, the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups gradually dispersed as well. Duan Lingtian, I'll obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll sooner or later. Zhao Lin took a deep breath before flying off into the distance. The peak of Dubhe Peak that was bustling with noise and excitement a moment ago had gone silent for a moment. Only some inner court disciples that stood near the trade hall and Duan Lingtian's group remained. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed down from the sky. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. Just as they landed beside Duan Lingtian and the others, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from behind the clouds and mist in the distance at the peak of Dubhe Peak. The howls of the wind grew closer and closer. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she focused her gaze towards the source of the sound and muttered. It's a demon beast. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Zheng Fan, and the others looked over as well. In the distant sky, the clouds and mist roiled, and an incomparably swift black figure was passing through the clouds and mist to flash over. Everywhere it passed, it pulled out a long airflow, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. After a short moment, that black figure approached the peak of Dubhe Peak. So long as it passed through a few more layers of clouds and mist, it would appear before the eyes of everyone. First-level void-prying stage demon beast. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force faintly detected the background of this black figure. Wait! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook, and his face went serious. This demon beast is carrying a person. It seems to be a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Finally, an enormous black figure passed through the clouds and mist before Duan Lingtian's group, and it appeared to float high in the sky. What's that? It seems to be a demon beast. What demon beast is so audacious to actually dare trespass into our 7-star sword sect? At the peak of Dubhe Peak, the inner court disciples nearby the trade hall all surrounded over, and they looked up at the enormous black figure in the sky. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the black figure as well. This was a bird-type demon beast that seemed like an eagle yet wasn't an eagle. Its entire body was covered in shiny black-colored feathers, and when its wings were spread open, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. The feathers on the tip of its wings were even like sharp blades that flickered with a frightening sheen under the thin sunlight. It caused one's hair to stand on end. Dark rock. In next to no time, some inner court disciples exclaimed in shock. Dark rock? Duan Lingtian started to search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard this. After a short moment, he obtained what he wanted to know. Dark rock, a void-prying stage demon beast, and when it matured to the limit, its strength was comparable to a third-level void-prying stage martial artist. Dark rock was the product of the union between a rock-type demon beast and an eagle-type demon beast. Dark rock possesses the speed of a rock-type demon beast and the attack of an eagle-type demon beast. It's an extremely terrifying demon beast. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he was most curious about the person that sat behind the dark rock. Suddenly, whoosh! The dark rock descended from the sky, and the figure that sat cross-legged behind it with a zither on its lap entered into Duan Lingtian's eyes. All of a sudden, clang! Chapter 372. The sound of a zither abruptly sounded out, and it was like a high mountain and flowing water, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw the wings of the dark rock spread open, its back was flat like the ground, and a young man in a silver robe sat cross-legged there, and he was concentrating on playing the zither. Every time his hand descended, a beautiful sound of the zither would follow. It was like the clear sound of an empty valley that lingered in the air without end. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old, and he had a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26 or 27. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the young man's appearance clearly. After all, even the most outstanding inner court disciple in the 7-star sword sect's younger generation that he knew, Jingsong, was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 28 this year. This young man was even younger than Jingsong, but his strength far surpassed Jingsong. Who the heck is he? Zither young master. Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out. It was precisely Jingsong, who stood nearby Duan Lingtian, who looked at the white-robed young man and spoke. Zither young master? One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian was stunned. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard waves of exclamations enter into his ears. He's Zither young master. Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, ranked 3rd. Supposedly, this Zither young master had already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage a few months ago. He seems to be only 26 years old. 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 26. Simply monstrous. In our 7-star sword sect, in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian is able to compare to him. Exactly. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, so long as he can maintain it, it's even possible for him to step into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 26. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, Zither young master who sat cross-legged on the dark rock and played the zither obviously heard the discussions of the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, and his eyes squinted as the movements of his hands slowed down. The sound of the zither reverberated throughout the peak of Dubhe Peak and gradually disappeared. Whoosh! Zither young master's figure moved and floated down, and his gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and Jing Fan. Zi Shang greets the 2 peak masters. Obviously, this zither young master, Zi Shang, recognized the peak masters of Alcade Peak and Mizar Peak. Zither Prince. Zheng Fan lightly smiled, as he didn't dare be disrespectful when facing this outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Rather, it was Qin Xiang who nodded her head lightly. A strand of cold light flashed imperceptibly within Zi Shang's eyes towards Qin Xiang's casualness, and it flashed before vanishing. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to capture it. Duan Lingtian was alarmed. This zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters, was absolutely not a good person. Very quickly, when he noticed zither young master's gaze, Duan Lingtian frowned. Presently, zither young master's burning gaze had descended onto Kerr, who was by his side. Kerr, we meet again. Zither young master faintly smiled at Kerr, refined and courteous. At this moment, it was as if Kerr was the only one left in his world. Yes. Kerr obviously didn't have a good impression of this zither young master, and she replied indifferently. This is? In next to no time, zither young master's gaze reluctantly left Kerr and descended onto Li Fei, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a trace of shock. In the end, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. So long as it was a normal man, the young man that stood by the side of 2 drop-dead gorgeous women would arouse jealousy in his heart. Duan Lingtian noticed that when zither young master looked at him, traces of warning were mixed within the depths of his gaze. It was as if he was warning him of something. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Suddenly, zither young master looked at the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, and he slightly bowed. I've come this time mainly because I want to propose marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. Propose marriage? As soon as zither young master said this, it caused everyone present to be astounded. Right when everyone hadn't recovered from their shock, zither young master continued. Last time, Peak Master Qin Xiang passed by the Imperial City and stopped at my Z clan. Since that time, I've fallen in love with your disciple at first sight. I heard recently that Peak Master Qin Xiang and your disciple have already returned to the 7-star sword sect, so I rushed over impatiently. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish and betroth your disciple, Kerr, to me. As soon as zither young master said this, Qin Xiang's beautiful brows raised. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the people by his side that knew of the relationship between him and Kerr went grim. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Earlier, he'd noticed that the gaze zither young master looked at Kerr was unusual, yet he never imagined that zither young master had come to the 7-star sword sect this time for the sake of proposing marriage to Peak Master Qin Xiang. He actually wanted to marry Kerr. I hope Peak Master Qin Xiang can fulfill my wish. Zither young master looked at Qin Xiang and said a step further. If Peak Master Qin Xiang is willing to fulfill my wish, then Zi Shang is willing to ask Master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Zither young master's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to be dumbstruck. Grade 5 spirit sword? Even our 7-star sword sect seems to only have a grade 5 spirit sword. This zither young master said repeatedly that he wants his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword to him. Who exactly is his master? I heard long ago that zither young master took an expert from the Imperial Kingdom as his master. Now it would seem that all this is true. Grade 5 spirit sword. My God, what extravagance. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were in an uproar, and they were all shocked. To them, a grade 5 spirit sword was an existence that was difficult for them to attain in their entire lifetimes. Zither young master. Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out. It was Kerr who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. She stretched out her hand to hold on to Duan Lingtian's arm and came close to Duan Lingtian. Then her beautiful eyes congealed with cold lights as she looked at Zither young master and said indifferently, Zither young master, thank you for your great love. But unfortunately, Kerr's heart already belongs to someone else. Her heart belonged to someone else. Duan Lingtian's stiff face bloomed into a brilliant smile, and he held on to Kerr's delicate hand with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, Zither young master's face went gloomy, and the white robe on his body fluttered without wind. He looked at Qin Xiang. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Before Zither young master could finish speaking, Qin Xiang said indifferently, I respect Kerr's choice. Qin Xiang's words were undoubtedly indicating her position. Zither young master's face instantly went gloomy, and his graceful image shattered into pieces. His pair of cold and indifferent eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. You, leave Kerr, and I can satisfy any request of yours. Zither young master's words contained a condescending tone, and it was even more like a person in a higher position speaking to a person in a lower position. Idiot. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard Zither young master, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Idiot. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian called one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither young master, an idiot? This, at the same time that all the 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with adoration. Presently, besides Kerr and Li Fei, even the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Qin Xiang and Jing Fan, had dumbstruck expressions. Duan Lingtian was too valiant. You're courting death. Right when most people were dazed, Zither young master abruptly shouted out explosively. His fingers shook as origin energy condensed to descend onto a string on the zither in his hand. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of the zither sounded out, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The expressions of some 7-star sword sect inner court disciples with comparatively weaker cultivations went pale, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to burst from the sound, just as the lightning flashed. Swish! An ear-piercing howl sounded out. It was a string on the zither in Zither young master's hand that left the zither, and it seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that whistled towards Duan Lingtian, pointing directly at Duan Lingtian's chest, and it seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's entire body. In the sky above Zither young master, over 1,400 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. Zither young master, Zi Shang, was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and when his full strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. Presently, the zither in his hand was even capable of amplifying the strength of over 400 ancient mammoths. It was obviously a grade 5 spirit weapon. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. The origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as his entire strength exploded out, and at the same time, he utilized quake energy with the intention of dodging. But, right at the instant he reacted, that zither string seemed to have transformed into the reaping scythe of the god of death, and it was only a foot away from him, too swift. Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy, as he was utterly unable to dodge. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to utilize the inscription, "Humph," a cold snort sounded out. Swish! An even swifter sword light flashed by and blocked the zither string that Zither young master played. Bang! The sword light that was condensed from origin energy exploded, destroying the zither string that Zither young master played. Zither young master's face flushed red, and he felt something sweet in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze descended onto the person that attacked, and he said in a low voice, "Peak Master Qin Xiang, I only wanted to test the ability of the man that Kerr took a fancy to. Could it be that you don't feel it's beneath your dignity to attack me?" Qin Xiang said indifferently, "Kerr is my personal disciple, and her man is someone that I want to protect." Her words were filled with the intention of protecting her own. Zither young master's expression was gloomy, and he abruptly looked at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly, "Kid, if you still think you're a man, then bring out the spirit of a man and fight with me, Duan Lingtian. The victor will obtain Kerr. The loser will forever vanish before Kerr. Do you dare?" Zither young master's tone contained traces of coldness mixed within. "Zi Shang, you're shameless." Kerr's beautiful face went grim. At the instant Zither young master attacked Duan Lingtian, she'd taken Zither young master to be an enemy. Now, when she heard Zither young master issue such a bet with Duan Lingtian, she was instantly exasperated. Kerr, only a strong man is able to protect you. A coward doesn't have the qualifications to possess you. Zither young master refused to let go, and his pair of cold and fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha, whereas Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing loudly instead, and he looked at Zither young master as if he was looking at a clown. What are you laughing at? Chapter 373. What are you laughing at? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face gradually vanished as he said indifferently, I'm laughing at your ignorance. Ignorance? Zither young master's face sank. Who do you think you are? Using my fiancé as a wager. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. As soon as these words were spoken, the peak of Dubhe Peak was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too awesome, he actually dares directly scold Zither young master. As expected of the number one genius in the history of our 7-star sword sect, he doesn't care in the slightest when facing an outstanding talent like Zither young master in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I had half of Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't be to the extent that I still haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian as they spoke. This kid, Zheng Fan shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's current actions caused him to feel a wave of delight in his heart. This Zither young master was indeed too arrogant. This wasn't the Z clan. No wonder Kerr is determined to follow him. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Qin Xiang's face when she saw this scene. She was extremely satisfied with this prospective disciple. Satisfying. Zheng Song felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Presently, the person that stood before Duan Lingtian was Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although he was an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and was even the son of the Mizar Peak's master, causing him to possess an extraordinary status in the 7-star sword sect. But it was only like this in the 7-star sword sect. After leaving the 7-star sword sect, he was nothing, and was unable to compare to one of the 5 great young masters, Zither young master. Now, when he saw Zither young master being humiliated, he was just like his father, and he felt delighted in his heart. Zhua Qing's beautiful eyes squinted as she glanced at Kerr with envy. In the past, she was slightly puzzled. Why would outstanding women like Kerr and Li Fei be willing to follow the same man? Now, she seemed to slightly understand. This man had too much charm. At the very least, in his eyes, his woman was his reverse scale. He would not allow anyone to blaspheme or humiliate her. Zither young master regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disbelief, "What did you just call me?" He thought he had misheard. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze was ice-cold as he swept a glance at Zither young master. Could it be that apart from having a problem with your brain, there's also a problem with your ears? Hiss. 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 Gasps could be heard all of a sudden. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, is there no end to it? One had to know that the person standing in front of him right now was not some kitten or puppy. Zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and was far from something the Duan Lingtian could compare to. At this moment. Oh! An ear-piercing sound abruptly sounded out, and a black figure that was like a cloud that covered the sky instantly flashed out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Bastard! Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. The demon beast, Dark Rock, that Zither young master rode over seemed to have felt Zither young master's rage, and directly flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator of all this, desiring to pounce and kill Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment. Accompanied by a sword light flashing out, Jing Fan's voice sounded out. Fuck off. The sword light was like a shadow as it flashed directly towards the dark rock, terrifying the dark rock to the point it returned to where it came from, and its enormous body shivered. As a demon beast, it was naturally able to feel how formidable that sword light was. Along with the sword light being annihilated, the ancient horned dragon silhouette above Jing Fan was annihilated along with it. Bastard, if you dare attack again, I'll surely kill you. Jing Fan's voice revealed traces of coldness. It terrified the dark rock to the point it lowered its head like a human and emitted a wave of sorrowful cries. Peak Master Jing Fan. Zither Young Master's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Jing Fan interfering. Jing Fan glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. He was friendly to Zither Young Master earlier because he felt Zither Young Master's potential was great, and Zither Young Master would sooner or later attain his current height. But now, Zither Young Master was going against Duan Lingtian. He naturally knew what was more important. Not to mention Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Just based on Duan Lingtian's unparalleled natural talent, it was already worthy of him going all out to protect him. Compared to Zither Young Master, he looked more favorably upon Duan Lingtian's future. Little bastard. Zither Young Master's gaze went slightly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. If you have the balls, then don't rely on others and fight me openly. If you don't dare, then you're a coward, a piece of trash. You don't have the qualifications to possess Ker, and you don't have the qualifications to protect Ker. What number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? In my opinion, he's utterly a cowardly piece of trash. Presently, Zither Young Master had already found out about Duan Lingtian's identity from the whispers of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples. This Duan Lingtian was the genius disciple that the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples spoke of when he just arrived, the genius disciple whose natural talent in the martial Dao far surpassed him. At that time, he was unconvinced in his heart. As far as he was concerned. In the younger generation of Cloud Moon Kingdom, only the first two people amongst the 5 great young masters were able to make him take them seriously. Even if it was the other 2 people that were ranked behind him, he wouldn't even spare a glance at them. Right when Kerr was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she was about to refute. Duan Lingtian spoke first, and he glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, right? Whether I have the qualifications to possess Kerr or not seems to be something that isn't up to you to decide, right? One must know one's own limitations, one must know one's own ability. As for you asking me to have a fair and square battle with you, don't you think it's funny? You, Zither Young Master, how old are you this year? How old am I, Duan Lingtian, this year? You want to have a fair and square battle with me? Don't you feel ashamed? As he finished speaking, a wisp of ridicule appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. To him, killing this Zither Young Master was extremely simple. A single bone corrosion inscription would be able to send him to the afterlife. The reason he didn't do this now was because he knew that even if he utilized the bone corrosion inscription, he would still be stopped by Jing Fan and Qin Xiang. As the peak masters of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, it was absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to allow Zither Young Master to die in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Perhaps, in their eyes, Zither Young Master's crime didn't warrant death. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zither Young Master's face to sink. A coward is a coward. According to what you said, I, Zither Young Master, am unable to fight you in this lifetime? So long as I fight you, it's me bullying the weak? Zither Young Master continued to ridicule, wanting to infuriate Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he said indifferently, if you really want to fight me, it's not impossible. 3 years from now, I'll have a fair and square battle with you. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with strong confidence. Zither Young Master's eyes squinted and cold lights flickered within. He glanced at Qin Xiang and Jing Fan who stood nearby, and he noticed that both of them had calm expressions, seeming to not be shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Meanwhile, 3 years? Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He's currently at the mere age of 21 and is already at the 9th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, surpassing Zither Young Master in another 3 years isn't difficult. Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither Young Master in 3 years, I'm confident. I'm confident as well. The crowd of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. When the whispers of these inner court disciples entered into Zither Young Master's ears, it caused his face to sink. This Duan Lingtian is only 21 years old? A 21-year-old 9th level origin core stage martial artist, such natural talent has indeed surpassed me. Even I haven't stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage when I was 21 years old. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years of time. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words had the intention of bargaining as he said with a low voice, I hope that 2 years from now, you, the number 1 genius of the 7-star sword sect, won't shrink back and rely on the strength of another. At that time, I'll defeat you, and even kill you. I want to let Kerr know that only I, Zither Young Master, am the most suitable man for her. After he finished speaking, Zither Young Master's figure flashed to return to the back of the dark rock. When he left, he had an exasperated expression. He was like a completely different person from when he first arrived. 2 years? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered as he stared at the back of the dark rock that carried Zither Young Master away, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he muttered. As you wish. That Zither Young Master, Zi Shang, is too shameless. Zheng Song slightly felt indignant on behalf of Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, if there were 3 years of time, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, surpassing Zither Young Master wouldn't be difficult. But 2 years of time, it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat Zither Young Master. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, actually, in my eyes, there isn't much difference between 3 years and 2 years. Since he said 2 years, then 2 years it will be. In this way, perhaps it can give me some pressure, and allow me to arouse all the potential in my body. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was filled with strong confidence. This caused the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples present to feel a wave of admiration. Duan Lingtian desired to defeat Zither Young Master in 2 years of time. If he was able to accomplish it, then perhaps Duan Lingtian would become a peerless genius in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that surpassed the 5 great young masters. When they thought of how such a peerless genius appeared in their 7-star sword sect, they felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. Kerr and Li Fei's gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were filled with tender affection. Young master, this is my master, the peak master of Alcade Peak. In next to no time, Kerr introduced Qin Xiang to Duan Lingtian, then she looked at Qin Xiang with a red face. Master, he's my young master. When she looked at Qin Xiang, Kerr had an embarrassed expression. Peak master. Duan Lingtian lightly bowed to Qin Xiang, as she was Kerr's master and had the qualifications to make him bow. Qin Xiang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Looks like before you, my face is even greater than the face of the sect leader, Qin Xiang remembered. Even if it was before the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, the young man before her had never bowed. Chapter 374. You're Kerr's master, so you're my senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Kerr's judgment is very good. Qin Xiang nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with had the feeling of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Kerr has no parents. In the future, this master of mine is like her parents. You have to treat her well, and if I find out that you've let her down, I'll absolutely not forgive you. As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's eyes emitted a wisp of coldness. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept through Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to instantly seem as if he was at the center of a storm. Don't worry, Peak Master, in my eyes, Kerr is more important than my life. Duan Lingtian spoke sincerely. Qin Xiang nodded, then left with Elder Bai who was beside her. Sua Qing followed and left. Kid, 2 years of time. Are you really confident? Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted as he asked curiously. Peak Master, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. How about we bet 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a fox-like smile. It caused Zheng Fan to be unable to refrain from having a vigilant expression, and he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're obviously not one to suffer a loss. Only an idiot would bet with you. When they saw Zheng Fan and Duan Lingtian being so casual with each other, everyone present, other than Jing Song and the 2 parties involved, was completely stunned. Most people couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Was this middle-aged man that stood before them now and rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian really the peak master of their 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak? After Jing Fan left with Jing Song, Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak with Ke and Li Fei to arrive at Migres Peak. Everywhere they passed, the Migres Peak disciples respectfully greeted them. Today, Duan Lingtian's actions on the peak of Dubhe Peak had once again convinced them. To say that he didn't respect the sect leader in front of him, since the establishment of the 7-star sword sect, probably only Duan Lingtian alone had such courage. Scoundrel, you're still cultivating at Migres Peak? Isn't Tianshu Peak's cultivation environment better? Li Fei asked curiously. Little Fei, you will know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously as he held the hands of Ke and Li Fei, one in each hand, and entered Migres Peak under countless burning and envious gazes. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's luck with women is truly enviable. Yeah, the 2 women by his side are absolutely the most beautiful female disciples I've seen in the 7-star sword sect. We're all humans, we're all men. Why is there such a huge difference? The group of Migres Peak disciples were extremely envious as they spoke. After Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one was following him, he brought along Ke and Li Fei to follow along a remote mountain path to ascend the peak of Migres Peak. As they looked at the empty peak of Migres Peak, Li Fei asked curiously. Scoundrel, why did you bring us here? The peak of Migres Peak was coiled by clouds and mist, it was completely white, and there was nothing to see. Come. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Ke to the side of the cliff, then lightly smiled as he said, Ke, little Fei, both of you stand here. When you go down later, your movements must be slow, I'll be watching you from below. Below? Duan Lingtian's words caused Li Fei and Ke to have bewildered expressions. In the next moment, their faces went pale. Because they saw Duan Lingtian actually leap down the cliff, their faces went pale, and for a moment, their minds were in chaos, and they practically forgot what Duan Lingtian said to them earlier. Young master. Ke stuck her head out, looked down the cliff, and called out with a voice that contained slight trembling mixed within. All right, both of you come down. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from below, causing the gazes of Ke and Li Fei to light up. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's actions earlier wasn't courting death. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and his palms seemed to have transformed into a cattail leaf fan as it started fanning. For a moment, the clouds and mist above him gradually dispersed. Ke and Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian standing on the crooked tree, as they never imagined that there was actually such a crooked tree growing at the side of the peak of Migres Peak. Come. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Ke and Li Fei jumped down successively and landed on the crooked tree. At this moment, the clouds and mist converged together once more and blocked the crooked tree. Now, even if someone stuck their head out from the peak of Migres Peak, they wouldn't be able to discover the crooked tree. Scoundrel, where is this place? Li Fei asked curiously as they walked in the cave passageway. You'll know in a moment. Duan Lingtian kept them in suspense, and then brought the 2 girls into the stalactite cave. Looking at the stalactite above the cave, the 2 girls were shocked. Young master, this wouldn't be the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right? Ke took a deep breath and asked with slight disbelief. That's right, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The 10,000-year stalactite milk you drank before was found by me here. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene when he discovered this place. This could also be considered his fortuitous encounter. Kerr and Li Fei came to a sudden realization. Squeak squeak! Right at this moment, a clear cry sounded out, and a golden furry little head poked out from under Kerr's sleeve. Little Gold. When Duan Lingtian saw the baby jade-eyed heavenly mouse, he couldn't help but think of the two mutated little pythons. He sighed in his heart. I wonder how Little Black and Little White are doing after leaving with Xuanai. Xuanai dotes on them so much, they'll definitely be doing very well. Now, Duan Lingtian had also gotten over it. In his opinion, as long as the two little pythons were doing well and could have a better future, even if he couldn't see them again in the future, he would still feel happy for them. Squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse flashed out from under Kerr's sleeve and directly pounced towards the cave wall at the side of the stalactite cave. Then, it borrowed the strength of the cave wall and jumped onto the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Next, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be astounded appeared. The little gold mouse lay on the 10,000-year stalactite milk and actually started to gnaw on the 10,000-year stalactite milk. It didn't leave the 10,000-year stalactite until its belly was bloated. It lay on the side of the stalactite cave, motionless. Its furry body now propped up its belly, making it look chubby and cute. Another foodie. Duan Lingtian was speechless, and he felt his heart ache as he glanced at the hole that was gnawed out of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. This little gold is really wasting natural resources recklessly. Young master, where's Little Black and Little White? Suddenly, Kerr seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression full of anticipation. Yeah, scoundrel, we haven't seen Little Black and Little White for a long time. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although he knew that he would have to face this moment sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so soon. He didn't conceal anything when facing the two girls, and he spoke of the sequence of events. Little Black and Little White have left? After Kerr knew everything, a wisp of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with reluctance. She'd watched those two variant little pythons grow up with her own two eyes, and her feelings for them were extremely deep. Now that she knew they'd left, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Little sister Kerr will still have the chance to see Little Black and Little White in the future. Didn't you hear what scoundrel said? Little Black and Little White are only cultivating with the demon beasts by the side of that mysterious young girl, and it's not like they're never coming back. Li Fei gently consoled Kerr. Although she was slightly sad as well, she couldn't compare to Kerr. Besides Duan Lingtian, the two little pythons had always been closest to Kerr. Perhaps it was because when they were just born and broke out of their shells, the first people they saw were Duan Lingtian and Kerr. They took Duan Lingtian and Kerr as their parents. Their feelings were extraordinary. That's right, Kuer. Little Fei is right, Little Black and Little White will definitely come back. Our place is their home. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't confident in his heart, he still advised. He could understand Kerr's current feelings. Back then, when Little Black and Little White had just left, he had the same feeling. It was as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Squeak squeak, seeming to have realized Kerr's disappointment, the little gold mouse that was originally lying lazily on the ground cried out twice, then leaped up once again and landed on Kerr's shoulder. Its little head rubbed against Kerr's face, and it comforted Kerr humanly. Little Gold, I'm fine. Kerr held the little gold mouse in her hand and lightly smiled. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded, and its jade-green eyes flickered with a sheen of joy. Little Gold's cultivation. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally use his spiritual force to detect the little gold mouse's cultivation, but now that he'd slightly probed, he'd instead clearly witnessed the little gold mouse's current strength. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He still remembered that the little gold mouse from over a year ago seemed to only be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Looks like the 10,000-year stalactite milk has caused the little gold mouse to be reborn. The little gold mouse now possessed the natural talent of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and its potential ought to have been developed to the limit. Even if little gold didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, with the bloodline in its body, it would still be able to become a demon emperor sooner or later. Now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I wonder what kind of changes will occur. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with anticipation. Little Gold's current strength is obviously only a step away from the half-step void stage. It wouldn't be long before it would be able to break through once more. What would happen to a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after consuming a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no record of it. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left the stalactite cave in Migra's Peak according to the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was precisely the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I wonder why the sect leader asked me to come look for him today. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 375. As the cultivation place of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Dubhe Hall was slightly larger than Migra's Hall and Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian had only just arrived outside Dubhe Hall when he saw a gray-clothed young man walking towards him. The young man was around 25 or 26 years old, had an ordinary appearance and an expressionless face, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand as he slowly walked over. Looking at the symbol on the young man's clothes, he was obviously an inner court disciple. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The young man stood before Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted a bright light as he asked with a calm tone. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and was secretly shocked in his heart. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that although this young man's age was inferior to the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Jingsong, his cultivation was even more profound than Jingsong. If he didn't misjudge, this person's cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. His age feels to be even younger than Zither young master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Master has been waiting for you for a long time." The young man called out to Duan Lingtian, then turned around and brought Duan Lingtian into Dubhe Hall. "Master." After the young man brought Duan Lingtian into the hall, he respectfully and reverently bowed to the middle-aged man in the hall, then turned around and left the hall to guard outside the hall. It was as if he'd transformed into a door god. "Sect leader." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and lightly smiled, and it could be considered that he'd bowed. The middle-aged man was precisely the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. That person from before is actually the sect leader's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Linghu Jinhong stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and besides shock, there was only shock in his heart towards this 7-star sword sect disciple that rose swiftly. The rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a legend of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's stiff face revealed a slight smile. "I heard that Zither young master had descended to our 7-star sword sect 3 days ago. You made an agreement of 2 years with him?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he wasn't surprised that Linghu Jinhong knew about this. What a joke. Linghu Jinhong was the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and he had eyes and ears everywhere in the entire 7-star sword sect. As expected of the number 1 genius since the founding of our 7-star sword sect. "Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the scene of you fighting Zither young master in 2 years." Linghu Jinhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then changed the topic. "Do you know why I asked you to come here this time?" Duan Lingtian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. "Then do you know that besides our 7-star sword sect, there are another 4 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Linghu Jinhong asked again. "I've heard of them." Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd heard Xiong Quan mention this. Sect leader, could it be that you asked me to come because of those 4 great sects? Linghu Jinhong was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, and he nodded. 1 year from now is the day of the martial competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects. I asked you to come here today mainly because I wanted to tell you about this. Martial competition? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly curious. The martial competition is a tradition passed down from our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects since many years ago. It's held once every 3 years. On the day of the martial competition, the younger generation disciples of the 5 great sects below the age of 30 will participate in a martial competition. As Linghu Jinhong spoke up to hear, he sighed. Our 7-star sword sect's younger generation hasn't produced any outstanding disciples in the recent years. During the martial competition 2 years ago and the one 5 years ago, not a single disciple of our 7-star sword sect that participated in the martial competition entered the top 3. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Martial competition? Seems to be slightly interesting. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Linghu Jinhong's helplessness. The 7-star sword sect was the publicly acknowledged #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, but in 2 martial competitions in succession, not a single 7-star sword sect disciple entered the top 3, and this undoubtedly showed that the 7-star sword sect's younger generation disciples were inferior. Presently, the 7-star sword sect's strength relied on the experts of the older generation. It could be imagined that when the experts of the older generation gradually retired, the 7-star sword sect would surely head towards decline if there were no outstanding juniors. The young disciples of the other sects are very strong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Linghu Jinhong nodded. I presume you've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 2 of them are from the other 2 great sections. Besides that, there are a few figures in the 4 great sects whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Sect leader's meaning is to let me participate in the martial competition of the younger generation of the 5 great sects 1 year from now? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Linghu Jinhong nodded, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Presently, besides my disciple Huang Ji, the disciple of the Fekta Peak's master, Meng Qiu, and the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Song, amongst the young disciples of our 7-star sword sect below the age of 30, there's only you. Although their strengths are stronger than you, their ages are far older than you. You're different from them, you have boundless potential. I don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the 5 great sects martial competition 1 year from now, and I mainly want you to go experience it. After another 4 years, I believe that it would undoubtedly be an extremely simple matter for you to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition. Linghu Jinhong spoke of his plans in one go. Experience it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Looks like this 7-star sword sect's leader really didn't have confidence in him. With a quick thought, Chen Shi came to an understanding. Although he'd revealed formidable natural talent, he was only a 9th-level origin core stage martial artist after all. Not to mention comparing with the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, he was even far inferior to the 3 comparatively outstanding people in the 7-star sword sect's inner court. The sect leader's plan was extremely obvious. 1 year from now, he'd bring him to experience the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Only on the day of the martial competition 4 years from now, would the sect leader hope that Chen Shi would be able to bring honor to the 7-star sword sect and obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition in one go. Duan Lingtian, in the following 4 years, the sect will spare no effort to foster you. From today onwards, you can stay in my Heavenly Pivot Hall to cultivate. My Heavenly Pivot Hall is the main spirit point of the 7-star sword sect's 9 great spirit points, and the cultivation environment here is the best in the 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Obviously, he'd completely placed the hopes of the 7-star sword sect onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Linghu Jinhong's words. After all, the current Linghu Jinhong was determined to allow him to obtain the glory of being the first in the martial competition 4 years from now. This glory had an extraordinary meaning to the Seven-Star Sword sect, and it represented the rise of the Seven-Star Sword sect's younger generation once again. The best cultivation environment? Although Duan Lingtian had noticed that the cultivation environment here surpassed the Migres Hall and Mizar Hall when he'd just arrived at Heavenly Pivot Hall. But compared to his stalactite cave, there was still a huge gap. Sect leader, I've already gotten used to my current place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Linghu Jinhong's good intentions. In his eyes, the stalactite cave he'd noticed was truly worthy of being the best place of cultivation in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Of course, he didn't speak of it. The stalactite cave was his secret. At least, it was his secret before he left the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jinhong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would refuse his good intentions, and was stunned for a moment before continuing to persuade. Duan Lingtian, a good place of cultivation is able to increase your cultivation speed. The Heavenly Pivot Hall is your best choice. You can be at ease. I'm only asking you to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall, and I don't have the intention of taking you as a disciple. With your natural talent, I feel that I don't have the qualifications to be your master. As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong laughed in self-ridicule. Sect leader, you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm a person that's used to a place, and I need at least 1 or 2 years to get used to it. Truthfully speaking, I've only barely gotten used to the place of cultivation on Migres Peak. You suddenly asked me to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. I'm worried that the advancement of my cultivation would be even slower. Linghu Jinhong's magnanimity caused Duan Lingtian to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. He was able to discern that this was a true gentleman. He was absolutely not someone that the Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao, could compare to. So that's how it is. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't doubt the truth of what Duan Lingtian said. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be unwilling to cultivate in the Heavenly Pivot Hall. After all, the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Pivot Hall far surpassed the other places in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Of course, the reason Linghu Jinhong would think like this was because he utterly didn't know of the existence of the stalactite cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't think like this. Chapter 376. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's promise, Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous in the slightest. So long as he needed any materials, he would directly go ask for them from Linghu Jinhong, and every time, Linghu Jinhong would be able to prepare all the materials for him within a day. The sect leader is really efficient. Duan Lingtian walked out of Dubhe Hall once more with a brilliant smile on his face. But, when he arrived at Migres Peak, the smile on his face froze. With a glance, he saw the middle-aged man that was walking towards him from afar, and his face sank. It was precisely the Migres Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and cold lights flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin and directly walked towards Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't hand over the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I won't let you off. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled. It was Zhao Lin's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's body slightly paused, then he turned around and coldly looked Zhao Lin in the eye as he replied via voice transmission. Then please feel free to come at me, Elder Zhao Lin. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't regret it. Regret? Zhao Lin started laughing, then looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Duan Lingtian, I know your natural talent in the martial Dao is strong, but if you want to surpass me, Zhao Lin, without 10 years of bitter cultivation, it's simply a fool's dream. I don't believe that I, Zhao Lin, won't be able to find a chance to kill you within these 10 years. Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with icy cold killing intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian calmly swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then entered Migres Peak. After confirming that Zhao Lin didn't follow him, Duan Lingtian directly returned to the stalactite cave, then withdrew a pile of materials and started refining a spirit weapon. What he wanted to refine now were 2 grade 7 spirit swords. These 2 grade 7 spirit swords were refined for Ke and Li Fei. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Duan Lingtian held back when he refined the spirit weapon. But even then, the 2 grade 7 spirit swords were still bestowed the characteristic of amplifying strength by 30%. Grade 7 spirit swords that amplified strength. In the entire 7-star sword sect, besides the sword in Hu Shuefeng's possession, there was probably only these 2 swords. After he finished refining the spirit swords, Duan Lingtian started refining medicinal pills once more. The medicinal pill he wanted to refine was a grade 7 medicinal pill that reigned above the origin strengthening pill. This grade 7 spirit S to Lingtian's S Tian. The medicinal S T Lingtian was to Duan to Lingtian to Lingtian's. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 3 medicinal pills in his hand. 3 nascent break pills with a purity of 90% and above. Once it was taken out, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it. After sending the 2 grade 7 spirit swords to the hands of Ke and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian returned to the stalactite cave and sat on the stone platform as he pondered slightly. Although the sect leader has placed all his hopes on the martial competition 4 years from now, I might not still be in the 7-star sword sect 4 years from now. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He believed that with his natural talent and the resources he was able to utilize at the moment, he would surely be able to go even further 4 years from now. His goal: step into the void stage 4 years from now. Once he stepped into the void stage, it would be completely useless for him to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect. The martial competition 1 year from now. I must give the sect leader an explanation. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. Extremely strong confidence was emitted from his body. This confidence seemed to have transformed into a shapeless force that seemed to even dare pierce through the heavens. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and his mind was completely immersed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Wind WIRM form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled as if it would never know exhaustion. The vast origin energy ceaselessly roiled before finally converging within Duan Lingtian's dantian. The origin core within his dantian had already condensed and strengthened to the limit. The nascent soul stage, as its name suggests. When the nascent soul is born from the origin core, that is the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't unfamiliar with the nascent soul stage. He knew. Presently, if he wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must make his origin energy burst open the origin core within his dantian and give birth to a nascent soul. Only in that way would he be able to truly step into the nascent soul stage. Swish, within Duan Lingtian's body, the origin energy ceaselessly roiled and flowed, as if transforming into a surging river that flowed without end. His origin energy was ceaselessly strengthening and transforming. All for the sake of that moment when the origin core breaks open and the nascent soul is born. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation, and he had no distractions in his heart. He tried his best to dissolve the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill. After the medicinal strength of one origin strengthening pill was dissolved, he didn't even open his eyes as he directly swallowed another origin strengthening pill and continued cultivating. Cycle after cycle. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack in the sky. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed, he only knew that he ceaselessly consumed origin strengthening pills and ceaselessly condensed the origin energy within his body, all for the sake of charging into the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was his goal. When hungry, he would open his eyes and roast meat to eat. Precisely speaking, he would eat. The words wolfing down food perfectly described the scenes of Duan Lingtian eating and drinking without restraint during this period of time. During this period of time, Kerr, and Li Fei had come over a few times. But every time they came, what they saw was Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in cultivation. They didn't disturb him and silently watched Duan Lingtian for a while before leaving. No matter what their man did, they would unconditionally support him. Only because he was their life. Their everything. On this day, I've arrived at the limit bottleneck. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. With a raise of his hand, 3 medicinal pills appeared in his hand. It was precisely the nascent break pill. After swallowing the 3 nascent break pills, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating, and the origin energy within his body became even more overbearing as it ceaselessly charged into the final bottleneck. The origin core within Duan Lingtian's dantian was ceaselessly expanding as well. It might burst open at any moment. One day. Bang! Within the stalactite cave, a shapeless wave of air stretched out from the young man that sat cross-legged on the stone platform and spread out, causing the air to shake and transform into circle after circle of ripples. In the next moment, the young man opened his eyes, and his eyes were dazzling like an array of stars as they flickered with a bright light. After a short moment, the bright light gradually dispersed and transformed into tranquility. Finally. Nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he was indescribably excited. The nascent soul stage, he'd finally successfully broken through. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's excitement, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. A total of 211 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just like when I was at the origin core stage, the current me still possesses the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than martial artists with the same cultivation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths is the strength of my fleshly body that was bestowed upon me by the spirit serpent form and raging python form. At that time, Duan Lingtian cultivated the first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form. When he was at the body tempering stage, his strength far surpassed martial artists with the same cultivation. When he was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength was even 2 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. After breaking through to the core formation stage, the second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the raging python form, bestowed upon Duan Lingtian the method of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy, and it even caused Duan Lingtian's fleshly body to be formidable to an abnormal extent. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist's strength was only comparable to the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. But when Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his strength was comparable to the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. It was practically twice the strength of an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist. This extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths had always followed Duan Lingtian until now. Coupled with the quake energy bestowed upon me by the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WIRM Python form. Relying on the grade 6 spirit sword that the withered old man left behind, so long as it isn't a 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist that possesses a grade 6 spirit weapon or above, I'll be able to kill them all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he had a preliminary judgment of his current strength. Of course, if it was a 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist that possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, then if Duan Lingtian were to go against Duan Lingtian would surely be surrounded by dangers. As time goes on, the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy will become less and less helpful to me. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. In the future, relying on the extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths and quake energy, he might be able to dominate amongst martial artists of the same cultivation level. But once he encountered a martial artist with a higher cultivation than him, it would become more and more strenuous for him. Just like now, so long as that 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist also possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon, unless Duan Lingtian was able to gain the initiative by striking first. Otherwise, if he were to meet force with force, then Duan Lingtian would lose for sure. core breaks and nascent soul is born. Unconsciously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he started to look within himself. Presently, the origin core within his dantian had already completely vanished. At the location where the origin core was, a ball of completely milky white infant-shaped gas sat there, lifelike. This ball of infant-shaped gas is completely formed from origin energy. Duan Lingtian knew this like the back of his hand through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pressing matter at hand is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation encounters a bottleneck, I'll immediately stop cultivating and rely on the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to comprehend wind force. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined before he started cultivating, and it was called the Nascent Nurturing Pill. It was a medicinal pill used by nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate. It was similar to the origin increasing pill consumed by core formation stage martial artists and the origin strengthening pill consumed by origin core stage martial artists. Continue cultivating. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian was able to feel that circulating the mental cultivation method of the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind Wirm form, was even more smooth and easy. The origin energy within his body ceaselessly flowed as it charged towards the next stage. Chapter 377. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. Spring left and winter came. In the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed just like that, stalactite cave, on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he let out a long sigh. This bottleneck is truly a headache. I wonder how much time has passed. I'll go out and have a look. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to leave the stalactite cave and stand on the tilted tree. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated at the south of Cloud Continent, and it was extremely difficult to see snow during the winter here. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel traces of coldness. Of course, this bit of coldness was nothing to the current him. With his current cultivation, so long as his origin energy coiled around his body, he would be able to easily resist the cold. Unfortunately, even though my cultivation has broken through to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual force doesn't have the slightest sign of breaking through. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief and was slightly disappointed. Whoosh! After his spiritual force probed the peak of Migres Peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one, Duan Lingtian ascended the peak and headed down the mountain. When he arrived nearby the trade hall, Duan Lingtian slightly inquired about it, and only then did he find out that an entire 11 months had already passed since he entered into closed-door cultivation that day. 11 months, the sect leader said that the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time will depart half a month earlier. At the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge, he thought in his heart. In other words, there's still half a month before I have to leave. After leaving Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian first went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei, then went to Dubhe Peak's Alcade Hall to look for Kerr. After not seeing them for almost a year, his heart was filled with concern for the 2 little girls. Only when he saw the 2 little girls did he know that it turned out that during this period of time that he was in closed-door cultivation, they had come to look for him more than once. This caused his heart to feel warm. He had to admit that it felt good to have someone care about him. After spending some time with the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak. He stood on the crooked tree and felt the biting cold wind of winter. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire fluttered, and the origin energy that appeared on its own to resist the bitter cold was withdrawn by him. In an instant, a cold wind blew, enveloping Duan Lingtian's entire body. The heart-wrenching cold spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and endured. To comprehend the characteristics of the wind in such a vile environment, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, in order to comprehend wind force, one must have a certain understanding of wind before practicing the whirlwind. Wind was a combination of gentleness, brutality, coldness, and sharpness. It was boundlessly profound. Presently, the cold wind of winter that Duan Lingtian faced contained the three great characteristics of wind: brutality, coldness, and sharpness. As for gentleness, that was all the characteristics of the breeze. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree for an entire day, and only when his face was cold to the point of going pale and he clenched his teeth tightly did he circulate his origin energy to completely disperse the coldness that invaded his body. His entire body recovered its warmth. Wind. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and silently recalled the cold wind that assaulted him for an entire day. The cold wind was brutal and merciless, cold and piercing to the bone, fierce and fierce. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree just like that, and gradually entered a miraculous state, as if he transformed into a statue that didn't move in the slightest. The cold wind was still piercingly cold. But it was unable to penetrate through the origin energy that suffused the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Until the 10th day, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body slightly moved, and a strange aura accompanied his origin energy as it suffused out. Wind. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth bloomed into a brilliant smile. With a raise of his hand, a strand of an extremely fierce aura suffused out. This is wind force? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At practically the exact same moment, over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian. Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize the slightest bit of origin energy or the strength of his fleshly body. The strength of over 100 ancient mammoths? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was curious in his heart. According to his knowledge, even if it was the lowest level of wind force, elementary wind force, once executed, it was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Just when Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. The over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him abruptly reduced to over 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Then it soared to over 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. What's going on? The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly dumbstruck, and he completely didn't know what had happened. I seem to have not comprehended wind force. But, wind force seems to have already shown signs of being nurtured. Duan Lingtian's thoughts abruptly spun. Ordinarily speaking, it's impossible for nascent soul stage martial artists to comprehend force. Could it be that I'm suffering from this restriction now? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that's attached to the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the wind WIRM form, is sufficient to assist me in comprehending wind force. Perhaps. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian borrowed strength from the tilted tree to leap up and descend on the peak of Migres Peak. Presently, the peak of Migres Peak was completely empty. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he started to cultivate the new movement technique. Although it was said to be a new movement technique, it actually had a slight shadow of the spirit serpent movement technique, whirlwind. Upon stepping into the initial stage, one can comprehend elementary wind force. Upon stepping into the mastery stage, one can comprehend half-step advanced wind force. Upon stepping into the perfection stage, one can comprehend advanced wind force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards this high-grade earth rank movement technique. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that swept through the clouds and mist that coiled around the peak of Migres Peak. His speed became faster and faster. Let's see if I'm able to fuse the incomplete wind force that I've comprehended into whirlwind. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and as the origin energy on his body roiled, traces of a strange aura appeared. This aura was precisely the incomplete wind force that Duan Lingtian exchanged for 10 days of sudden enlightenment, in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's speed was almost twice as fast as before. Not only that, along with Duan Lingtian's proficiency towards the incomplete wind force, he even gradually fused it with the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian didn't rest in the slightest. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to notice that along with the execution of whirlwind, the incomplete wind force on Duan Lingtian's body gradually completely fused with whirlwind. Whoosh! Until the next day, when dawn appeared in the horizon and Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, that unstable strange aura finally stabilized. Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Duan Lingtian, who didn't use any origin energy to move his body. This was precisely the strength of elementary force. Elementary wind force. I've succeeded. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and he had an expression of wild joy. Right at this moment. Gurgle. Gurgle, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of light noises, yet he noticed that his stomach was rebelling. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have not eaten for a long time. How many days has it been? Duan Lingtian, who had a bewildered expression, started a fire at the peak of Migra's peak and started roasting meat, wolfing it down. At the same time that he gnawed on the roasted meat, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to recall his gains. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. In Cloud Continent, there are some people with extraordinary comprehension ability that are able to comprehend incomplete force at the nascent soul stage. Once people like that step into the void-prying stage, they're practically able to instantly comprehend elementary force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for my situation, according to the knowledge of Samsara Emperor Wu, it ought to be a type of sudden comprehension. Sudden comprehension was something that could be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Countless martial artists might not have even encountered a single moment of sudden comprehension in their entire lifetimes. Some people were able to ascend to the heavens with a single moment of sudden comprehension. Although people like Duan Lingtian that directly comprehended force through sudden comprehension were few in Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. It was even to the extent that some people that had just comprehended half-step advanced force directly comprehended advanced force because of a moment of sudden comprehension. Compared to the latter, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be inferior. Sudden comprehension. I truly never imagined that I would have such luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could realize how difficult it was to obtain sudden comprehension. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu that had experienced 2 lifetimes, the number of people that had obtained sudden comprehension didn't exceed 10. As for people that had experienced 2 instances of sudden comprehension, there was practically no one. Sudden comprehension is an extremely great fortuitous encounter that belongs to a person. Presently, I've comprehended elementary wind force through sudden comprehension. In the future, if I want to sink into that state of sudden comprehension once more, it's practically impossible. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought in his heart. Elementary wind force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed above his legs, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Elementary wind force fused into his origin energy, bang! Above Duan Lingtian, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows accompanied Duan Lingtian as he flashed out. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that completely swept away the clouds and mist in the surroundings of the peak of Migra's peak. For a time, the clouds and mist on the peak of Migra's peak dispersed and vanished without a trace. Satisfying. At the same time that he dashed out, Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if he was racing with the wind, and it caused his mood to feel a wave of comfort. Presently, this high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, can be considered to have officially stepped into the initial stage. As expected of a high-grade earth rank movement technique, it's far from something that high-grade profound rank movement technique can compare to. Chapter 378. Even Duan Lingtian himself never imagined that when he stood on the crooked tree that day and felt the piercingly cold winter wind, it would cause him to inexplicably enter that state of sudden enlightenment. He comprehended elementary wind force in a single moment of enlightenment. Shit! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted as his face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, as if transforming into a gale that flashed straight down Migre's peak, and his heart burned with anxiety. I wonder how long this sudden enlightenment took. If I missed the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then I would truly be letting down the care the sect leader gave me. After Duan Lingtian left Migre's peak, he directly stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Dubhe Peak. He didn't dare stay for even a moment. Before he entered into closed-door cultivation that day, the materials Duan Lingtian asked the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, to help him find were practically all materials that he didn't have in his possession. Those materials were all materials that were extremely difficult to come by and were priceless. Duan Lingtian remembered this favor in his heart. If he was unable to make it in time for the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, then he would undoubtedly lose a chance to repay this favor. He didn't wish to lose this chance. Duan Lingtian's figure shook, giving rise to the wind and clouds along the way, and he directly headed to Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. After arriving at Dubhe Hall and seeing the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like I didn't miss it. Duan Lingtian, Master has been looking for you for a few days, yet no one in Migre's Peak knows the location of your cultivation area. You're really cultivating on Migre's Peak? Huang Ji's expression was still calm when he saw Duan Lingtian, but his brows slightly frowned. The sect leader is looking for me? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then under Huang Ji's lead, he walked into Dubhe Hall. Before long, the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, appeared. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong's calm face revealed a wisp of a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. This scene made Huang Ji, who was standing at the side, look a little unnatural. He was Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, but normally, in front of this master, he had never seen his master have such a smile towards him. Jealousy rose in his heart. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded towards Linghu Jinhong with a slight smile. I've been cultivating all this time, but I didn't pay attention to the time. When are we leaving? We'll leave in 3 days. Linghu Jinhong raised his hand as he spoke. Whoosh. In his hand, a spirit fruit that shone with a dark green luster appeared out of thin air. The spirit fruit was crimson in color, but it shone with a dark green luster. With just a glance, one could tell that this spirit fruit was no ordinary item. Huang Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. Spirit fruits were treasures that could only be found by chance. Jade Yuan fruit. When Duan Lingtian saw the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand, he immediately recognized it and couldn't help crying out in surprise. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the Jade Yuan fruit was a spirit fruit that was of an even higher grade than the profound origin fruit he consumed that day. When a martial artist below the 4th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it was sufficient to directly break through to the next level. When a martial artist at the 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level of the nascent soul stage consumed it, it would allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If a martial artist fell into a bottleneck, it was even sufficient to directly break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. If a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above consumed it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then once he consumed it, he was confident that he would directly break through to the next level of cultivation. Jade Yuan fruit? At the beginning, although Huang Ji realized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand wasn't simple, he wasn't able to recognize it. Now, when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, his gaze burned. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage 3 months ago. If he was able to obtain this Jade Yuan fruit, then even if he was unable to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, it would be sufficient to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it would be extremely helpful to his future cultivation. For a time, Huang Ji's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at the jade yuan fruit. I never expected that you'd be able to recognize the jade yuan fruit. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise. This young man was really becoming more and more mysterious. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and his gaze never left the jade yuan fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand. I've once seen it in an ancient book, and there's a special diagram explaining it in detail. Linghu Jinhong came to a sudden understanding. If it was like this, then it wasn't strange. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong glanced at Duan Lingtian, then his gaze descended onto the jade yuan fruit in his hand. This scene caused Huang Ji's face to go pale. Could it be that master wants to bestow this jade yuan fruit to Duan Lingtian? No, absolutely not. Huang Ji's heart burned with anxiety, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, before his master, Linghu Jinhong, he didn't dare be the slightest bit presumptuous. Have you broken through to the nascent soul stage now? Linghu Jinhong slowly asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Huh. Good. Linghu Jinhong laughed heartily. You really didn't disappoint me. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 22 years old this year? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a carefree expression. He didn't think that this achievement was very high. The mysterious yellow-clothed young girl from that day, Han Xuanai, was around 15 or 16 years old, and her cultivation was already at the void-prying stage. Compared to Han Xuanai, he was nothing. However, a 22-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist appearing within the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was sufficient to cause people to be extremely shocked. He broke through to the nascent soul stage. Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief, and his eyes had a slight trace of coldness. He knew clearly in his heart. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the nascent soul stage at such an age, with the character of his master who'd always loved talents as if they were his life, he would surely gift the jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Linghu Jinhong passed the spirit fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. After consuming this jade origin fruit, your cultivation ought to be sufficient to break through to the peak of the second level of the nascent soul stage. I believe that in another 3 years, you'll surely be able to win the greatest honor for our 7-star sword sect in the next martial competition of the 5 great sects. Sect leader. You want to gift this jade origin fruit to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he recognized that the spirit fruit in Linghu Jinhong's hand was a jade origin fruit, he'd never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would gift it to him. After all, Linghu Jinhong had a personal disciple at the nascent soul stage. For a moment, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Ji. But he noticed that when Huang Ji, who'd always been incomparably cold and indifferent to him, looked at him with an additional sheen of jealousy. Duan Lingtian was able to guess the reason. Of course it's for you. Linghu Jinhong nodded with an expression as if it was a matter of course. This jade origin fruit was something I obtained by accident when I went deep into the primeval forest half a month ago. A few days ago, I intended to look for you and gift this jade origin fruit to you, but I wasn't able to find you. Huang Ji's face sank. He never imagined that the reason his master looked for Duan Lingtian anxiously these past few days was actually for the sake of gifting this jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian. After all, before today, even he didn't know of the existence of the jade origin fruit. For a moment, flames of jealousy burned in Huang Ji's heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Only he and the 2 little girls by his side knew of his place of cultivation, the stalactite cave. Without his permission, the 2 little girls would absolutely not reveal the secret of the stalactite cave to anyone else, including their master. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse and extended his hand to receive the jade origin fruit. To the current him, this jade origin fruit had an extraordinary meaning, and it was sufficient to allow his cultivation to directly break through to the next level. At the same time that he received the jade origin fruit, Duan Lingtian could feel traces of heaviness. He knew clearly in his heart that at the same time that he received this jade origin fruit, it also meant that he shouldered a responsibility. During the martial competition this time, I'll let the sect leader know that giving this jade origin fruit to me was absolutely not a wrong choice. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Go. After consuming this jade origin fruit and breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage, don't cultivate anymore, so as to avoid missing the opportunity to go participate in the martial competition this time. Linghu Jinhong swept his hand horizontally and his sleeve fluttered as he spoke slowly. Second level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard what Linghu Jinhong said. Does this sect leader really think that I'm only at the first level of the nascent soul stage now? Yes. But Duan Lingtian didn't explain any further, and he replied before turning around and leaving. When he left, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a burning gaze of jealousy flashing towards him from behind. He didn't need to turn around to be able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was precisely Huang Ji. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Jade Origin Fruit. With this Jade Origin Fruit, my cultivation will step into a new world. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Sect leader, it won't be long before I'll let you know how correct your decision to give the Jade Origin Fruit to me today was. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave this Jade Origin Fruit to him and not to his personal disciple, Huang Ji. Obviously, he'd gone through a period of careful consideration. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that the reason Linghu Jinhong didn't give the Jade Origin Fruit to Huang Ji didn't mean that he wasn't good to Huang Ji. Conversely, since Huang Ji was his personal disciple, in terms of feelings, no one was able to compare to Huang Ji's position in his heart. Today, Linghu Jinhong making such a decision was undoubtedly abandoning his personal feelings, and everything was for the sake of the Seven-Star Sword sect. After all, besides being a master, he was also the sect leader. Every decision he made was likely to affect the entire sect. After returning to the stalactite cave and sitting on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Jade Origin Fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. The juice of the Jade Origin Fruit was icy cold when it entered his mouth, and it fused into Duan Lingtian's body before spreading out. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Wind WIRM Form. Chapter 379. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the Jade Origin Fruit was extremely overbearing. After only spending a day and night, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through. There were still 2 days before the day of departure. Duan Lingtian left the remaining time to the 2 little girls. Just like this, 2 days of time passed by in the blink of an eye. Dubhe Peak, Dubhe Hall. 7 figures were gathered together. 3 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings and 4 Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciples. You're Duan Lingtian? The middle-aged man that wore a sky-blue robe had a piercing gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, a terrifying imposing aura enveloped down onto Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. As expected of the number 1 genius in the history of our 7-Star Sword sect, your reputation is well deserved. In next to no time, the blue-robed middle-aged man withdrew his imposing aura and praised. Duan Lingtian, this is the Peak Master of Fekta Peak, Kuzhen. The nearby Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, lightly smiled as he introduced to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Kuzhen. Duan Lingtian greeted the blue-robed middle-aged man. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was vaguely able to discern that this Peak Master of Fekta Peak seemed to be an expert that had stepped into the second Void stage, the Void Initiation stage. The Void stage was divided into 4 great stages. The first Void stage, the Void Prying stage. The second void stage, the void initiation stage. The third void stage, the void interpretation stage. The fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Sect leader, you don't intend to take Duan Lingtian as your personal disciple? Kuzhen nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, then he looked at the nearby 7-star sword sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. If sect leader has no intention of taking Duan Lingtian as a personal disciple, then I won't be courteous. Kuzhen's words made it clear that he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When did he become so popular? Before Linghu Jinhong even opened his mouth, Jing Fan was already laughing. Kuzhen, sect master, and I don't have the qualifications to become Duan Lingtian's master. Could it be that you think you have the qualifications? If Duan Lingtian takes you as his teacher, what can you teach him? Kuzhen's expression froze when he heard this. That's right, if Duan Lingtian became his disciple, what could he teach Duan Lingtian? Force and concept were more dependent on one's comprehension, and it was difficult for others to interfere. As for sword skills and all kinds of combat skills. As an existence that was able to kill a first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage, did he need to teach? When he thought up to here, Kuzhen shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. I forgot about this. Indeed, not to mention our 7-star sword sect, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Darkstone Empire, and Darkon Dynasty, there might not be anyone that has the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master. A teacher passed down Dao, taught, and dispelled doubts. If one couldn't even do this, then how could one be a teacher? At this moment, Kuzhen was able to realize that the reason the sect leader didn't take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple wasn't unintentional, but because the sect leader felt that Kuzhen didn't have the qualifications. Humph. Huang Ji stood at the side and glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he grunted in his heart. Kuzhen saying this was undoubtedly indirectly explaining. He, the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, was far inferior to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was a person that even his master, the 7-star sword sect's leader, didn't have the qualifications to take as a disciple. Suddenly. Prepare to depart. Linghu Jinhong spoke indifferently. Depart? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Right at this moment, the distant horizon was filled with the cries of the wind and cranes. Swish! An enormous black shadow descended from behind the clouds and mist in the distance, and it passed through the clouds and mist to appear before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. This is, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the enormous flying demon beast before him. This flying demon beast was a rock that was completely dark gray in color, and when its wings were spread out, they were like clouds that hung down from the sky. It didn't have the sharp wings of the demon beast, dark rock, that Zither young master rode that day. Its wings were no different than ordinary flying demon beasts, and it looked to be extremely ordinary. However, its pair of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights was sufficient to cause one to feel terrified. It was like a sharp weapon that could destroy anything. Most importantly, as soon as this rock appeared, Duan Lingtian felt that its aura was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't inferior to Jing Fan and Kuzhen. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force with the intention of probing the depths of this rock. However, right at the instant Duan Lingtian's spiritual force came into contact with the rock, a strand of cold light suddenly flashed within the rock's originally simple and unadorned eyes. That icy cold sheen directly shook Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian to shudder and hurriedly withdraw his spiritual force. Little fellow, you're really not bad. You're actually able to possess such formidable spiritual force at such an age. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Who? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he was able to discern that this voice transmission wasn't transmitted into his ears by anyone present. Right when Duan Lingtian was looking left and right. Truly a naive little fellow. The voice transmission sounded out once more. This time, Duan Lingtian reacted to it, and he was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the rock that flashed down towards him. It was this rock that was speaking to him? Demon beast, voice transmission? According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Voice transmission was something a human martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to execute. But if it was a demon beast? Only a demon beast that had stepped into the void initiation stage or above was able to execute it. This is a void initiation stage demon beast? After he reacted to it, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold. The intuition of demon beasts was innately sharper than humans. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was something even the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, was unable to notice, yet this void initiation stage demon beast had instead noticed it at the first possible moment. Whoosh! The enormous body of the rock crashed down to descend outside Dubhe Hall, and it gave rise to dust that covered the sky. Right at this moment. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian saw that including the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, the 2 outer peak masters, and Jing Song's group of 3, they were all respectfully bowing to the rock. Whereas the rock nodded like a human, and its eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian, then it looked at Linghu Jinhong, seeming to be asking something. Elder Peng, he's called Duan Lingtian, and he's the disciple with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in the history of our 7-star sword sect. He's only 22 now, and his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Linghu Jinhong respectfully introduced Duan Lingtian to the rock. Hearing this, the great rock's sharp eyes were filled with surprise. Obviously, it was shocked by Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Linghu Jinhong's words didn't only shock the rock, even the Mizar Peak's master, Jing Fan, and Fekta Peak's master, Kuzhen, couldn't help but be moved. Even though they knew that Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the 9th level of the origin core stage 1 year ago. But now, if Duan Lingtian was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't find it strange. After all, Duan Lingtian's natural talent was there for all to see. However, Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you've broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. Amongst the 7-star sword sect disciples present, only he was familiar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and didn't say yes or no. But Duan Lingtian's current attitude caused Jing Song to firmly believe it without the slightest doubt. The other 2 people were respectively the personal disciple of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, Huang Ji, and the personal disciple of the Fekta Peak's master, Kuzhen, Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and his age was slightly younger than Jing Song. Presently, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with shock. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22. Unbelievable. Humph. If it wasn't for Master giving him the Jade Origin Fruit, would he be able to break through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Huang Ji's voice suddenly sounded out, and it contained traces of jealousy mixed within. For a time, the people present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian had consumed the Jade Origin Fruit. The sect leader is really generous. He actually gave a spirit fruit like the Jade Origin Fruit to Duan Lingtian. Kuzhen couldn't help but sigh. Kuzhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as he could feel the high hopes that Linghu Jinhong placed on Duan Lingtian. Jade Origin Fruit. Jing Fan and Jing Song both had surprised expressions. Meng Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes contained traces of jealousy mixed within. If he was able to obtain the Jade Origin Fruit, then once he consumed it, he had the confidence to directly step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Meng Qiu's natural talent in the martial Dao could be ranked 2nd amongst the 7-star sword sect's younger generation inner court disciples below the age of 30. He was only below Huang Ji, and surpassed Jing Song. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance had completely thrown this ranking into disarray. The three of them were all crushed by Duan Lingtian's extraordinary natural talent, and could only be ranked behind Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was now the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the Seven-Star Sword sect's younger generation. It was even to the extent that in the long history of the Seven-Star Sword sect since it was established, a monster like Duan Lingtian had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's natural talent could be considered to be unprecedented. Humph. Huang Ji suddenly interrupted, causing Linghu Jinhong to be slightly displeased, and he snorted coldly. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't consume the Jade Origin fruit, even if Duan Lingtian is only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, do you think you can compare to him? What was your cultivation when you were at the same age as Duan Lingtian? His words contained a sense of exasperation that Huang Ji failed to meet his expectations. Huang Ji lowered his head after being lectured by Linghu Jinhong, and he had nothing to refute. Second level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The sect leader and the others seemed to think that he'd barely broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage after consuming the Jade Origin fruit. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the rock that stood there like a small mountain after putting away the wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our Seven-Star Sword sect. Elder Peng is the senior with the most seniority in our Seven-Star Sword sect. The most seniority. Chapter 380. Sect guarding revered elder. Just these 4 words were enough to show how powerful this great rock was. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian looked at the rock and called out. The rock nodded to him, then it spread out its wings and lightly swept them. In that instant. Whoosh. The air outside Dubhe Hall seemed to have been completely sucked dry, and dust that covered the sky shot out and suffused the air. Let's go. The Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before being the first to leap onto the rock's wide back that was like flat ground. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock one by one. After they descended onto the back of the rock, Duan Lingtian could guess what was going to happen next. This rock was the Seven-Star Sword sect's guarding revered Elder Peng, and it would carry their group to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The martial competition of the 5 great sects this time would be held at the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was similar to the Seven-Star Sword sect, and was similarly one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that over 90% of the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples used swords, then over 90% of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples used sabers instead. Right at this moment, the rock spread its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. Whoosh. Whoosh. The rock flapped its wings and its enormous body soared into the sky, and it brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 7 to leave the Seven-Star Sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Whoosh. The rock's figure flashed as its speed suddenly sped up, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the clouds and mist as it flashed out. Whoosh. 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 Duan Lingtian only heard the piercingly cold sound of strong winds enter into his ears, and the fierce strong winds assaulted his face and slapped his cheeks. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. He stood there without moving like a mountain. Along with the rock's speed increasing, Jingsong was the first to be unable to endure the strong winds that assaulted him, and his face went pale as his body lightly trembled. Then it was Meng Qiu. Humph. Huang Ji, who had been clenching his teeth and persevering, glanced at the calm Duan Lingtian and clenched his teeth. Now, he was also on the verge of collapse. But when he saw Duan Lingtian facing the piercingly cold gale that assaulted him as if nothing had happened, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji's little action and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. If it was in the past, he might have been afraid of such a biting cold wind. But now, he, who'd comprehended elementary wind force, didn't take such strong gales seriously at all. Elder Peng, please take care of this junior. Linghu Jinhong noticed Jingsong, Meng Qiu, and Huang Ji's unsightly expressions. When he saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he inwardly called out, "Monster," then immediately said to the rock, "Humph. 3 useless little things." Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into the ears of everyone present. It caused Linghu Jinhong, Jingfan, and Kuzhen to smile helplessly. They were naturally able to discern that Elder Peng was probing these juniors earlier. Now, the display of Huang Ji, Jing Song, and Meng Qiu was simply nothing when compared to Duan Lingtian's display. No wonder Elder Peng was so rude. Whoosh! The rock slowly slowed down, causing Huang Ji's group of 3 to heave a sigh of relief. After Huang Ji's group of 3 recovered, Jing Song had a bitter smile as he muttered, "How can we compare to junior brother Duan Lingtian? He's a freak." Unlike Jing Song's open-mindedness, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's expressions were extremely unsightly. Saber Young Master is the youngest amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's only 26 years old this year. But, according to my father, that Saber Young Master's cultivation had already stepped into the 6th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago. Now, it's extremely likely that he stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. 26 years old, 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian nodded. Such natural talent was indeed not inferior to Zither Young Master, Zi Shang. Half a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who stood behind the rock, felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, and the rock suddenly slowed down before diving down. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, the clouds and mist that entered his eyes had completely dispersed. A boundlessly vast gorge appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. Presently, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and looked down at the gorge, and he could see that the shape of the gorge was like an exceedingly strange lotus flower. Within this lotus flower-shaped gorge, every single petal was an independent gorge within a gorge. This is the location of the demonic lotus blade sect, the demonic lotus blade gorge. Linghu Jinhong looked down at the vast gorge below and said slowly, "This demonic lotus blade gorge seems to be a 9-petal demonic lotus. The location of those 9 petals is the cultivation grounds of the demonic lotus blade sect's outer court disciples, and it's similar to the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect." Under Linghu Jinhong's introduction, Duan Lingtian and the others had a certain level of understanding of the demonic lotus blade sect. "Elder Peng, let's go down," Linghu Jinhong said to the rock. The rock nodded and descended towards the central area of the demonic lotus blade gorge. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. His acute spiritual force vaguely detected that a person had suddenly appeared ahead, and it was in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Not long after, the rock paused and landed not far in front of that person. Duan Lingtian glanced over. Nearby, an azure-clothed old man stood in the sky, and he cupped his hands and bowed towards Linghu Jinhong, who stood on the back of the rock. "Sect leader Linghu." Humph. Linghu Jinhong hadn't spoken when the face of Kuzhen, who stood by Linghu Jinhong's side, sank, and the terrifying aura on his body stretched out to envelop the old man. "Our 7-star sword sect leader has personally arrived, yet not a single one of your demonic lotus blade sect leader and 9 valley masters has come out to greet him?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he was enveloped by Kuzhen's aura, and he hurriedly explained. "Peak Master Kuzhen, a few of our sect leader and 9 valley masters are in closed-door cultivation. Besides the sect leader, only 3 valley masters aren't in closed-door cultivation, and they're currently entertaining the distinguished guests of the other 3 sections." A sect leader, 3 valley masters. What a demonic lotus blade sect. Jing Fan took a step forward, and a similarly terrifying aura enveloped the old man, causing the old man's already pale face to become ghastly pale. "Zheng. Peak Master Jing Fan, you've actually broken through." He knew the 7-star sword sect leader and 6 peak masters. According to his knowledge, the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peaks master, Jing Fan, ought to be a 9th level void prying stage martial artist, Yet he never imagined that Zheng Fan had actually broken through. Zheng Fan's breakthrough also meant that the 7-star sword sect had another void initiation stage expert. This wasn't good news to the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Zheng Fan, you've broken through? Ku Zhen was stunned. Zheng Fan smiled lightly, and his gaze imperceptibly flashed past Duan Lingtian. His breakthrough was all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Zheng Fan really concealed himself deeply. Even the Peak Master of Fecta Peak doesn't know that he's already broken through. Duan Lingtian was similarly surprised when he saw this scene. After all, Zheng Fan had already broken through to the void initiation stage 2 years ago. Lead the way. Linghu Jinhong spoke out, and he seemed to not mind the demonic Lotus Blade sect's lack of manners. But Duan Lingtian was still able to notice the terrifying rage contained in the depths of Linghu Jinhong's eyes. The 7-star sword sect was the head of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at any rate, yet now it was actually looked down upon by the demonic Lotus Blade sect like this. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, how could Linghu Jinhong not be enraged? Looks like the inability of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation to carry on has affected the dignity of the 7-star sword sect to a certain extent. Although Duan Lingtian was watching coldly from the sidelines, he was still able to notice a trace of an inkling. Just think about it. The current state of a sect was dependent on the experts of the older generation. But in the future, the experts of the older generation would retire or even die of old age, and they would rely on the younger generation that gradually matured. It was imaginable. Chapter 381. The grand rock that followed behind the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder abruptly flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky. Whoosh! Instantly, the grand rock passed by the former and whistled as it descended, and everywhere it passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Duan Lingtian was able to see that the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was swept by the strong wind caused by the grand rock's wings, and he was in an extremely sorry state in midair. Elder Peng wouldn't have done it on purpose, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at the grand rock beneath his feet as he thought in his heart. The grand rock sent Duan Lingtian's group to an open space, then it nodded to Linghu Jinhong before spreading its wings and flying high into the sky, vanishing behind the clouds and mist. Whoosh! Meanwhile, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder had finally descended, and he descended not far away from Duan Lingtian's group. Although he was made a fool of by the grand rock, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder dared be furious but didn't dare speak out, and he slightly respectfully welcomed Linghu Jinhong and the others into a gorge. Within the gorge, this is the demonic Lotus Blade sect's inner gorge. It's similar to our 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. It's the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's spirit point, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's higher-ups and inner court disciples usually cultivate here. Zheng Fan introduced the inner gorge to Duan Lingtian and the other young people. They walked all the way into the inner gorge. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly opened up, and he was able to see some buildings standing here and there, and he was even able to see many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples flowing endlessly within. Some demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that noticed them couldn't help but stop and look over. They're from the 7-star sword sect? They should be. Those 4 young people are wearing the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple attire. That young man looks to be only 21 or 22 years old. He wouldn't have come to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, right? It's impossible, right? Being able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age can already be considered to have extraordinary natural talent, but if he wants to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, then he's still too young. Indeed. So long as you're a disciple of the 5 great sects below the age of 30, you can participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, and there's no lack of existences at the 4th or 5th level of the nascent soul stage like our demonic Lotus Blade sect's senior brother Long Yun, who's ranked at the 5th of the 5 great young masters. Presently, his cultivation is only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple probably followed his seniors over to watch the show. Under the lead of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elders, Duan Lingtian's group walked all the way into the inner valley. Everywhere they passed, they could clearly hear the whispers of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. Saber young master, Long Yun. He still hasn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A light flashed through Duan Lingtian's eyes. The gaze of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that led the way descended onto Duan Lingtian many times, and he was rather surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age. Sect leader Linghu, looks like another young genius has appeared in your esteemed sect this time. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder spoke to Linghu Jinhong, but his words were indifferent. As far as he was concerned, even though becoming a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age could be considered to be not bad. But in terms of natural talent, it wasn't worth mentioning when compared to their demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, Long Yun, who was ranked as one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, their demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, Long Yun, had stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the age of 20 and became an inner court disciple. As far as he was concerned, this young man was at most in existence at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage. Elder's judgment isn't bad. Linghu Jinhong replied indifferently. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder felt disdain in his heart when he heard Linghu Jinhong, but he didn't show it on the surface. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder brought Duan Lingtian's group to arrive at the center of the buildings in the inner valley. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples here were comparatively scarce. You, come here. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder stopped a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple that passed by and instructed indifferently. You bring these 4 young geniuses of the 7-star sword sect to the martial competition courtyard. As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Jing Song, Huang Ji, and Meng Qiu. Yes. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple hurriedly replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 didn't leave, and they all looked at the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. The 4 of you, including our demonic Lotus Blade sect, the young geniuses of the 4 great sects are already waiting at the martial competition courtyard. All of you can go over and rest first. Later, the higher-ups of the 5 great sects will head over together and announce the start of the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect elder lightly smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then he looked at Linghu Jinhong and made a hand gesture. Sect leader Linghu, Peak Masters, our sect leader has already been waiting respectfully for a long time, please. Go on. Linghu Jinhong nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, and then he left with Jing Fan and Kuzhen to follow the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder. After obtaining Linghu Jinhong's permission, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 followed behind the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple and headed towards another direction. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Jing Song. Not only did the demonic Lotus Blade sect have a martial competition courtyard within the inner gorge, even their 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, had a martial competition courtyard. The martial competition courtyard was a place specially prepared for the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The martial competition of the 5 great sects was held once every 3 years, and it was held by the 5 great sects in rotation. Every sect would hold a martial competition every 18 years. This time, it was precisely the demonic Lotus Blade sect's turn. Through Jing Song's introduction, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the other 3 great sects of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The other 3 great sects were respectively the Origin Convergence sect, the Mountain Split sect, and the Snow Moon sect. In next to no time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple brought Duan Lingtian's group into a spacious courtyard. After entering the courtyard, what entered his eyes was a spacious and flat ground, and numerous pergolas stood in the surroundings of the flat ground. Presently, there were people sitting within 4 pergolas. The people sitting within were all young people, and the oldest amongst them wasn't over 30 years old. These people are the disciples of the other 4 great sects that are participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Duan Lingtian casually swept these people with his gaze as he thought to himself. Senior brothers, all of you casually find a pergola to rest for a moment. The martial competition will begin when the sect leader and the others arrive. After the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he directly left. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked towards a nearby pergola. The 7-star sword sect has arrived. In next to no time, some people with sharp gazes noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Looks like the 7-star sword sect has really declined. 4 positions were actually occupied by a little kid that looks to be a little over 20. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat down in the pergola, and many snacks and tea had been prepared in the pergola beforehand. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the other 4 pergolas one by one. Only now did he notice that within every pergola sat 4 young people that wore similar clothes. There was also a pergola that actually had a young woman sitting there. Most shocking of it all was that the 3 young men by the young woman's side seemed to be slightly reverent when facing the young woman. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. That's the Snow Moon sect's genius disciple, Lu Yu, and a figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with a natural talent in the martial Dao that's only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Although she's a woman, if she were to fight, she wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to a man, and she's an extremely dangerous figure. Zheng Song noticed where Duan Lingtian's gaze was and explained in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. This Lu Yu was around 27 or 28 years old, and although her appearance was ordinary, her strength was shocking. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. She's only a woman, yet she's actually even stronger than the personal disciple of my 7-star sword sect's leader, Huang Ji. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. If the 7-star sword sect continued like this, it would sooner or later be destroyed at the hands of this generation of young people. That's the saber young master, Long Yun. Along with Zheng Song speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze shot towards the distance. In a distant pergola, a young man around the age of 26 that held a sheathed broad saber silently sat there with his eyes closed, and he turned a deaf ear to everything in his surroundings. The other 3 young men by his side didn't dare breathe loudly, as they were deeply afraid of disturbing the former. Saber young master, Long Yun. Duan Lingtian nodded. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to detect the exact cultivation of this saber young master. He's only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This saber young master seems to have encountered a bottleneck that's difficult to break through. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the depth of the saber young master's cultivation. In the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time, the saber young master, Long Yun, and Lu Yu's strengths are the strongest. Zheng Song continued. Strongest? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Didn't they say that there was another person amongst the 5 great young masters that came from one of the 5 great sects? That person didn't come? Zheng Song smiled. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you don't know. The person you're talking about is the person ranked 4th amongst the 5 great young masters, and he's called Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master is a weirdo amongst weirdos. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued. Sword Young Master is from the Origin Convergence sect, and he's fond of women. Supposedly, after Sword Young Master left the Origin Convergence sect 2 years ago, he spent his days in the largest dance hall in the Imperial City, and from then on, he was unable to recover from his setback and didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world anymore. He's really living up to the saying, the home of women is the grave of heroes. Zheng Song had a strange expression as he introduced Sword Young Master. This Sword Young Master has a true temperament. Duan Lingtian smiled, as he was able to feel Sword Young Master's carefreeness. Right, since he's from the Origin Convergence sect, could it be that the members of the Origin Convergence sect don't care about him? The members of the Origin Convergence sect are utterly unable to care about him. Zheng Song shook his head and smiled. At the beginning, a few elders of the Origin Convergence sect wanted to capture him, but in the end, he directly said, "If you dare touch this young master, then this young master will immediately announce to the world that I'll leave the Origin Convergence sect from today onwards. Chapter 382. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile when he heard Jing Song. This sword young master really had a character. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the reason sword young master was able to deter the elders of the Origin Convergence sect with those words was because of his status in the Origin Convergence sect. If it was any other ordinary Origin Convergence sect disciple, the disciple would probably have been directly expelled from the sect. Not to mention making the elders of the Origin Convergence sect personally invite the disciple. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that sword young master is actually so shameless. He's truly thrown away the face of the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meng Qiu, who sat nearby, grunted coldly when he heard Jing Song, and he seemed to be extremely displeased with sword young master's character. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Meng Qiu, as he didn't agree with Meng Qiu's view. As far as he was concerned, one only sought to have a clear conscience in one's life. Although he didn't know sword young master, nor had he seen sword young master's true character still caused him to feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. This Meng Qiu has caused trouble. When Meng Qiu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed. In a nearby pergola, the faces of the 4 young men went grim when they heard Meng Qiu's voice that wasn't intentionally suppressed. In next to no time, one of the young men with a thin figure walked out of the pergola with large strides and stood on the spacious ground. For a time, besides the saber young master, Long Yun, who still held his saber and sat there with his eyes closed, the gazes of everyone else in the martial competition courtyard descended onto this young man. What does this Origin Convergence sect disciple want to do? Many people were bewildered in their hearts. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to see the fierce gaze of the Origin Convergence sect disciples sweep towards the pergola they were in, and in the end, it descended onto Meng Qiu. Senior brother Chen is the person I admire the most in my entire life. This person from the 7-star sword sect, since you dare go against senior brother Chen with your words, I presume your strength ought to be not bad. Even though the martial competition has yet to begin, we can still have a warm-up battle. What do you think? The Origin Convergence sect disciple spoke indifferently to Meng Qiu, and his words had no lack of provocation. I'm not afraid of you. In the face of the challenge from the Gue Yuan sect disciples, Meng Qiu was not afraid at all. He flew out and confronted the Gue Yuan sect disciples. Sword Prince's surname is Chen. Duan Lingtian raised his brows as he looked at the 2 people who were confronting each other with interest. Besides the saber young master, Long Yun, the others were just like Duan Lingtian, silently watching the scene before them. All of a sudden, the Gue Yuan sect disciple moved. Whoosh! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot out. On his right hand, along with the rising and roaring of origin energy, the spirit weapon gloves flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The Gue Yuan clan disciples' palm landed and condensed into 3 solid palm prints in the air. They whizzed down and enveloped Meng Qiu. In the sky above him, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 170 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. This Origin Convergence sect disciple was obviously a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. As for the glove on his hand, it was a 7th-grade spirit artifact. No matter what senior brother Chen has become, I only know that he saved my life once. So long as he needs it, I can return this life to him at any time. The eyes of the Origin Convergence sect disciple were suffused with coldness, and his words contained killing intent mixed within. Everyone present was able to feel the resolution of this Origin Convergence sect disciple. Madman! Meng Qiu couldn't help but curse, yet he didn't dare speak ill of sword young master again. If he spoke ill of sword young master again, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Origin Convergence sect disciple would once again charge forward and risk his life against him. Sword young master was utterly a madman. When he saw the Origin Convergence sect disciple return to the pergola, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight admiration. This origin convergence sect disciple knows how to repay kindness. He's a man. Subsequently, many people left the pergola and stepped onto the spacious flat ground at the center of the martial competition courtyard to spar with each other. Duan Lingtian lazily ate snacks, and after watching a few matches, he was slightly drowsy. Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect, how about we spar? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a sharp voice sound out by his ears, and he'd just raised his head when he saw a young man with a wretched appearance and a figure that was thin like a monkey standing nearby, and the young man was looking at him with a smile. The young man's gaze contained slight ridicule mixed within. Duan Lingtian, don't pay attention to him. This mountain split sect disciple has already successively lost to me and the other 2 people earlier, and now he intends to find balance on you. Meanwhile, Zheng Song's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Find balance on me? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was a person that was bashed 3 times, then saw that he was young and thought that he was easy to bully, and wanted to find balance on him and vent his resentment. Want to vent his resentment on me? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile that was difficult to notice. What? Junior brother from the 7-star sword sect, you wouldn't be afraid to spar with me, right? The mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance stared at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on his face. Looks like the disciples of the 7-star sword sect are only so-so. You actually don't dare spar with me, truly disappointing. In my opinion, all of you 7-star sword sect disciples should go back to where you came from. You're only making a fool of yourself by staying here. The number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Bah! As he finished speaking, the mountain split sect disciple even cursed the 7-star sword sect. Right when Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold and he prepared to accept the challenge. Laughable. Zheng Song abruptly stood up, then looked at the mountain split sect disciple and sneered. Since you said the disciples of our 7-star sword sect are only so-so, then how about I battle you again? Although they were both at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, Zheng Song had already taken half a step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. There were very few 4th level nascent soul stage martial artists that were a match for him. The mountain split sect disciple's face sank when he saw Zheng Song interfering. Zheng Song. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I think what this mountain split sect junior brother said is reasonable. Since we've come here today, then we must fight for the honor of the 7-star sword sect. You defeated this mountain split sect junior brother earlier and fought for the honor of our 7-star sword sect. You're worthy of respect. Now, this mountain split sect junior brother challenged Duan Lingtian by name, then we should naturally allow Duan Lingtian to ascend the stage and battle him. To protect the dignity of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, what do you think of what I said? The person that spoke now was none other than Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, Huang Ji. Since half a month ago, after Linghu Jinhong gave the jade origin fruit to Duan Lingtian, Huang Ji, who'd been displeased with Duan Lingtian at every turn. Huang Ji, you. Zheng Song's face went gloomy, and under his extreme rage, he stretched out his hand to point at Huang Ji and said in a stern voice, Are you a disciple of our 7-star sword sect or not? Helping an outsider bully a fellow disciple. Those that don't know would think that you're a mountain split sect disciple. Huang Ji said indifferently, Zheng Song, what you said is a bit too much. I'm only stating a fact. Meng Qiu, what do you think? I agree with what Huang Ji said. Meng Qiu nodded, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, there was an extra sense of coldness within it. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu echoed each other and pushed Duan Lingtian to the cusp of the limelight. When their words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to sink slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. He was extremely clear about what these 2 people had in mind. It was none other than wanting him to make a fool of himself under the gazes of everyone present. Early on the way to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, he'd noticed the various hostility these 2 people had towards him. Chapter 383. In the past, although Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's various jealousy and hatred towards him, he didn't really care. As the saying goes, a mediocre person that doesn't incur the jealousy of others. When someone was jealous, it undoubtedly indicated that he had some redeeming qualities. This was a good thing. But now, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu forcefully pushed him into a pit of fire in front of outsiders, and it instead caused boundless rage to arise from the bottom of his heart. You too. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's echoes caused Jing Song's expression to be extremely unsightly. Jing Song had never imagined that Huang Ji and Meng Qiu would actually make things difficult for Duan Lingtian like this. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you don't have to pay attention to them. Jing Song looked at Duan Lingtian and persuaded. Duan Lingtian? The mountain split sect disciple was already beaming with joy when he heard Huang Ji and Meng Qiu. Now, when he heard what Jing Song said to Duan Lingtian, his mocking gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. This 7-star sword sect junior brother's name isn't bad. Lingtian. Towering above the heavens, truly domineering. But unfortunately, you don't live up to your name, and you're at most a coward. In my opinion, you should just change your name. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future, what do you think? The wretched face of the mountain split sect disciple revealed a ridiculing smile, and from the beginning until the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking gaze. It was as if he was teasing an ant. Kneeling Ling? This name isn't bad. In next to no time, someone voiced out in agreement. Ha 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 ha, many people roared with laughter, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't really be willing to let him change your name, right? Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would like this name. Meng Qiu laughed extremely brilliantly. You two are the personal disciples of our 7-star sword sect leader and peak master at any rate, yet you're actually helping outsiders bully your fellow disciples? You two, do you want outsiders to see our 7-star sword sect as a joke? Jing Song looked at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's, he was angered to the extreme. Outsiders? Huang Ji glanced indifferently at Jing Song. Jing Song, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who's the one that's making a joke of our 7-star sword sect? The junior brother of the mountain split sect sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to spar, yet this Duan Lingtian actually didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. He's truly thrown away the face of our 7-star sword sect. Duan Yen, T Duan Tian, S T Duan Tian's Lingtian. S Dun Ling. Duan of Duan Lingtian was Duan Ling undefeatable legend. When Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect, he rarely suffered a loss in front of others. Especially the few times he ascended the life and death arena, he'd killed his opponents swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his imposing manner shot into the sky, causing his name to spread throughout the 7-star sword sect. In the 7-star sword sect, many bored 7-star sword sect disciples crowned Duan Lingtian with the title of undefeatable legend. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an undefeatable legend. Undefeatable legend? Him? Meng Qiu's voice wasn't soft, and it allowed the mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to hear it clearly. For a time, the mountain split sect disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but start laughing, and in the end, he even held his stomach and laughed loudly. No. I can't anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. It hurts to death. Undefeatable legend? For a time, the title Duan Lingtian was crowned by the group of 7-star sword sect disciples was well known by everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Looks like there's really no one left in the 7-star sword sect. A little kid like this is publicly acknowledged as an undefeatable legend? The 7-star sword sect has really declined. In another few tens of years, the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be the 7-star sword sect anymore, but our Origin Convergence sect. Our Origin Convergence sect has produced a figure that's on the level of the 5 great young masters, Sword Young Master. Humph. Our demonic Lotus Blade sect's senior brother Long Yun is similarly one of the 5 great young masters, and he'll surely be able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to replace the 7-star sword sect and become the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future, in next to no time. The disciples of the Origin Convergence sect and demonic Lotus Blade sect started arguing. Only when a flash appeared before their eyes and they noticed a figure had appeared on the spacious flat ground in the distance did they shut their mouths. Presently, a young man stood not far away from the Mountain Split sect disciple with a wretched appearance. This young man was precisely the youngest amongst all the people present. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, Duan Lingtian. This 7-star sword sect disciple wants to accept the challenge? Humph. He's simply looking for trouble. Although the strength of this Mountain Split sect disciple is ordinary, he's a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. How could he be someone a little kid like him can deal with? The show is about to begin. For a time, the gazes of some people within the various pergolas descended onto Duan Lingtian. Most of these gazes contained ridicule mixed within. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for this Mountain Split sect disciple. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young to the point it was shocking. Within the pergola, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu looked at each other and beamed. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being defeated and humiliated. Only Jing Song glared at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu before looking at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if you're unable to do it, then you can directly admit defeat. If he doesn't hold back after you admit defeat, then I'll make a move. Senior brother Jing Song, don't worry. Jing Song's concern caused Duan Lingtian's heart to feel warm, and he replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple that stood in confrontation with him, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. Mountain Split sect disciple, is it? Chapter 384. Presently, it wasn't only the gazes of the Snow Moon sect's leader, even the gazes of the other 3 great sects were drawn by Duan Lingtian. Only because Duan Lingtian was truly too dazzling. Sect leader Linghu, this young man is also a disciple of your 7-star sword sect that's participating in the martial competition this time? The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced at the 7-star sword sect's inner court attire on Duan Lingtian and asked Linghu Jinhong with a surprised expression. Sect leader Linghu, this disciple of your 7-star sword sect seems to only be 21 or 22 years old, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Mountain Split sect's leaders looked at Linghu Jinhong as well. He's 22 this year. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and when he saw Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple standing in confrontation, he asked with slight bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, you two intend to spar? Yes, sect leader. Duan Lingtian replied, then his gaze descended onto the Mountain Split sect disciple, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This senior brother of the Mountain Split sect said I'm not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian, and wants to change my name to a new one. What name? Linghu Jinhong was stunned, and he vaguely felt that the atmosphere was slightly off. Let him say it himself. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Mountain Split sect disciple, and a cold light flashed within the depths of his gaze. The Mountain Split sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he said coldly, exactly, I want to change the name of a kid like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future. Kneeling Ling? As soon as the Mountain Split sect disciple finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong's face froze, and he frowned. This Mountain Split sect disciple had gone too far. Even if he was only an outsider, when he heard the Mountain Split sect disciple's words that contained humiliation, slight rage couldn't help but arise in his heart. He could imagine that as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, the flames of rage in his heart would surely skyrocket at this moment. Zheng Fan and Ku Zhen, who were sitting beside Linghu Jinhong, also had somewhat ugly expressions. The Mountain Split sect master frowned but didn't say anything in the end. The current 7-star sword sect wasn't the 7-star sword sect of the past any longer. Without outstanding new blood, the 7-star sword sect would sooner or later be surpassed and replaced by the 4 great sects. The trace of fear that had just risen in his heart vanished without a trace. The gazes of the sect leaders and elders of the other 3 great sects descended onto Duanling Tian with interest. They could feel the tension in the atmosphere. If you want to help me change my name, we'll have to see if you're qualified. Duanling Tian's expression was as calm as before, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was almost uncontrollable, and could spill out at any time. I'll soon let you know if I'm qualified or not. The Mountain Split sect disciple grinned complacently and didn't take Duanling Tian's words seriously in the slightest. As for Duanling Tian's current composure, it was noticed by him, and he only thought that Duanling Tian was deliberately mystifying himself. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted, and his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky. Fight. Presently, the sect leaders of the 5 great sects had no intention of stopping the conflict between Duanling Tian and the Mountain Split sect disciple. Today was the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The content of the martial competition was for the disciples of the 5 great sects to spar with each other and compete with each other. In the end, the 3 people with the strongest strength would be determined and obtain the rewards given out by the 5 great sections. Good. The Mountain Split sect disciple glanced at the sect leader, and when he noticed the latter nodding to him in encouragement, his gaze once again descended onto Duanling Tian, and he laughed loudly as his eyes emitted slight viciousness. Suddenly, a grade 7 spirit saber appeared out of thin air in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand, and his origin energy raged and suffused out. Instantly, 768 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the Mountain Split sect disciple. Swoosh. The Mountain Split sect disciple's figure flashed out as if he transformed into a cheetah that pounced towards Duanling Tian, and the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a cheetah that fiercely bit towards Duanling Tian. The grade 7 spirit saber in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand carried along the might to split mountains and split rocks. Everywhere it passed, wind slowly arose, and it seemed as if it wanted to directly slash Duanling Tian into 2. When faced with the Mountain Split sect disciple that approached menacingly, Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. In an instant, Duanling Tian moved as well. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that moved to greet the Mountain Split sect disciple. Of course, he didn't execute wind force. This Mountain Split sect disciple didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his greatest trump card, whoosh. At the same time that Duanling Tian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air and dashed out along with him, 4th level of the nascent soul stage. At practically the instant that Duanling Tian's figure flashed out, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out in the martial competition courtyard in unison. Bang! The hand of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, trembled and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him, but he seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Duanling Tian, 4th level of the nascent soul stage. How could this be possible? If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, it would be difficult for Linghu Jinhong to believe that all this was real. What's going on? When did Duanling Tian break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? Earlier, before the battle between Duanling Tian and the Mountain Split sect disciple, he'd already planned in his heart that if Duanling Tian wasn't a match for Duanling Tian, then once Duanling Tian's life was in danger, he would make a move at the first possible moment to save Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, Duanling Tian was the future of the 7-star sword sect. Failure was not tolerated. But the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Duanling Tian was actually a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. It was simply unbelievable. This little fellow really concealed himself deeply. Zheng Fan, who sat beside Linghu Jinhong, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Although he was slightly surprised, he wasn't really shocked. As far as he was concerned, no matter what miracle happened to Duan Lingtian, it wasn't surprising. Duan Lingtian himself was a miracle. This Duan Lingtian is only 22 years old, and his cultivation is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Such natural talent completely surpasses the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kuzhen was shocked as well. He was the peak master of the 7-star sword Sex Fecta Peak, and had heard of Duan Lingtian since long ago. Since the day Duan Lingtian killed the Fecta Peak disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, he'd known of Duan Lingtian's existence. Later on, Duan Lingtian's rise along the way caused him to be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian's rise allowed him to see the dawn of the 7-star sword sect's future. At that time, he firmly believed that so long as Duan Lingtian was present, the 7-star sword sect would surely be able to continue to be brilliant in the future. Now, Duan Lingtian had once again given him a great surprise. I originally thought that this little fellow was only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage now, but never had I imagined that he was at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Kuzhen laughed bitterly, and at the same time that he laughed bitterly, he was slightly delighted. No. No. Impossible. Impossible. At practically the exact same moment, in the nearby pergola, the pupils of Huang Ji and Meng Qiu constricted and their feelings surged, as they were unwilling to believe that everything before their eyes was real. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zheng Song's pupils constricted as well, and his heart was filled with excitement and joy. His heart that was in his throat finally eased up. He believed that with the ability Duan Lingtian revealed in the past, since he was already a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat another 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. 4th-level nascent soul stage. It wasn't only the group of people from the 7-star sword sect that were surprised. The people from the other 4 great sects, from the sect leaders and elders to the disciples, were all dumbstruck. His natural talent surpasses the 5 great young masters. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, the only female disciple from the 5 great sects present, had an extremely complicated gaze as she looked at Duan Lingtian. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, in terms of natural talent. It was sufficient to easily crush the 5 great young masters. At this moment, even the saber young master, Long Yun, who'd always sat there with his eyes closed and didn't make the slightest movement, opened his eyes. Within Long Yun's eyes, there seemed to be flames leaping about. Presently, his gaze just happened to descend onto Duan Lingtian. A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at such a young age? Interesting, interesting. Long Yun's brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc, and it was difficult to discern what he was feeling now. The reactions of everyone present were practically aroused at the instant Duan Lingtian attacked. Just when all the spectators were extremely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian's opponent, the Mountain Split sect disciple, was dumbstruck as well. He's at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage as well? How could this be possible? Although he wasn't willing to believe it, when he saw Duan Lingtian charging towards him with a speed that wasn't inferior to his own, he didn't dare dally in the slightest, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed as it whistled down. This saber strike carried the might to split a mountain, desiring to slash Duan Lingtian into 2, not holding back in the slightest. At this moment, even if he wanted to hold back, he was unable to. Duan Lingtian was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him, and if he held back, then the one to lose would surely be him. The might of your saber isn't bad. But unfortunately, you haven't mastered this saber skill. An indifferent voice sounded out from Duan Lingtian's mouth, causing the Mountain Split sect disciple's face to go grim, and his eyes emitted an extremely ferocious sheen as the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand fiercely descended. Die. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he even couldn't be bothered to use a grade 6 spirit sword, so he casually withdrew a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality. Sword drawing arts. The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was much swifter than the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. The sword drawing art stressed upon extreme speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. Duan Lingtian had always firmly believed this. Whoosh! A sword strike that was swift to the extreme moved to intercept the saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand. At this moment, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. At the instant that the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung out and the grade 7 spirit staff in the mountain split sect disciple's hands smashed onto each other, the two origin energies collided with a bang, and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and the turbulent airflow in the air formed circle after circle of ripples that spread out. Instantly, a gust of strong wind blew out from the collision between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, and it swept out in all directions. The wind blew to the point the clothes of the spectators fluttered. But, not a single one of the spectators paid attention to this, because their gazes were currently on the two people that were colliding with each other. They wanted to know what the final outcome would be. Suddenly, "Let go!" A fierce and explosive shout entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, most people noticed to their astonishment. Along with the explosive shout of the 7-star sword sect disciple, Duan Lingtian, the mountain split sect disciple followed in the footsteps of the mountain split sect disciple that was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian earlier. The space between his thumb and index finger was split open and dripped with fresh blood, and he directly threw away the weapon in his hand. Clang! The grade 7 spirit staff crashed onto the ground and emitted an ear-piercing sound that shook most people to the point their hearts palpitated. They didn't know what had happened. Now, probably only the person involved, the mountain split sect disciple, knew exactly what had happened. He originally thought that his strength was stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and he would be able to easily crush Duan Lingtian and defeat Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, right at the instant the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he felt the origin energy on his staff being dispersed by the vibrating energy that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's sword not long after. Not only that, the terrifying vibrating energy even spread out from the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand to his hand, then it spread throughout his entire body, including his bones and internal organs. When the origin energy in his body was dispersed and the space between his thumb and index finger that held the staff was split open, he realized that if he still didn't let go, it was extremely likely that he would be directly shaken to death. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's explosive shout caused him to not dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go of the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Now, he was able to feel the feelings of his junior brother that was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier. The vibrating energy that Duan Lingtian exerted was too strange. It was impossible to guard against. The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he withdrew the vibrating energy, then the body of the sword slapped out to descend onto the mountain split sect disciple that was close by. The mountain split sect disciple didn't even have the time to circulate the origin energy in his body that was shaken to the point of being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's sword, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring before fiercely crashing onto the ground with a bang. Thank you for letting me win. This mountain split sect disciple didn't speak rudely to Duan Lingtian, so Duan Lingtian didn't continue to attack and didn't overdo it. You're extremely strong, I wholeheartedly accept my loss. The mountain split sect disciple stood up with difficulty, then he nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian before picking up the grade 7 spirit staff and returning to the pergola the other 3 mountain split sect disciples were at. Chapter 390. Master, that Duan Lingtian is too strange. The mountain split sect disciple had a bitter smile on his face when he heard his master's voice transmission. At the instant I collided head-on with him, an extremely strange energy suddenly gushed out from his sword, and it dispersed my origin energy. Not only that, that energy was even able to cause my body to tremble along with it. At that time, I had a feeling that if I didn't let go in time, the bones in my entire body might have been shattered by him. As the mountain split sect disciple finished speaking, his tone had slight fear. What? The mountain split sect's leader's face went grim, and he had an expression of disbelief. Could it be that he used an inscription? It wasn't an inscription. The mountain split sect disciple shook his head. If it was an inscription, then not to mention I would be able to discern it. Even master and the sect leaders and elders of the other sects would surely be able to discern it at the first possible moment. That strange energy of his isn't the energy of an inscription, and it seems to have gushed out from his origin energy, and it's even more like some sort of method of utilizing origin energy. I truly never imagined that not only does this 7-star sword sect disciple possess monstrous natural talent, he actually possesses such a terrifying method of utilizing origin energy. The mountain split sect's leader's eyes flickered with bright lights as he spoke in a low voice. He's a person that can only be a friend and not an enemy. The mountain split sect disciple had an expression of fear. Presently, it wasn't only the mountain split sect's leader and disciple who were extremely shocked, the members of the other 3 great sects were completely shocked as well. After a long time, they recovered from their shock. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect has really produced a monster this time. The demonic lotus blade sect's leader, the host, looked at Linghu Jianghu and sighed. I can understand now why you're willing to give up your position for him. In the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monstrous genius has never appeared. Exactly. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect has really picked up a treasure this time. The Snow Moon sect's leader nodded in deep agreement. Sect leader Linghu, in the past, we still underestimated your 7-star sword sect. Just think about it. With the resources and reserves of the 7-star sword sect, how could a situation of lacking in talent appear? The Origin Convergence sect's leader heaved a long sigh. Sect leaders, I'm flattering me. Linghu Jianghu lightly smiled and said modestly. However, in the depths of Linghu Jianghu's eyes, there was a faint trace of complacency. He can even defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? The female disciple of the Snow Moon sect, Lu Yu, stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Her face was filled with disbelief. Just now, when Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple clashed, she was the same as most people, and felt that Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly lose. However, the result was out of her expectations. Duan Lingtian had counterattacked with a strength that was weaker than that of the mountain split sect disciple, and defeated that mountain split sect disciple as the weak defeating the strong. What did he do? The calmness on the face of the demonic lotus blade sect saber young master, Long Yun, vanished without a trace, and what replaced it was traces of fear. Before today, it was hard for him to imagine. A 22-year-old young man could actually make him feel fear. Of course, he felt fear towards Duan Lingtian in his heart, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, even though this Duan Lingtian's ability was strange, it ought to be insufficient to threaten him. Moreover, he possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon as well. The rod strike that the mountain split sect disciples smashed down contained a strength comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Whereas once I exert my full strength, it's comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Unless he's able to surmount a gap of almost 300 ancient mammoths, otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for me. The saber young master, Long Yun, thought in his heart. Whoosh! Within the pergola that the demonic lotus blade sect disciple was at, a figure flashed out and stood on the flat ground. Huang Ji, it's our turn. As soon as this demonic lotus blade sect disciple appeared, he looked at Huang Ji, who was within the pergola that the 7-star sword sect disciple was at, and his gaze was solemn as if he was looking at his lifelong enemy. Huang Ji's figure flashed out of the pergola to stand in confrontation with the demonic lotus blade sect disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Based on the spars from before, Huang Ji and this demonic lotus blade sect disciple ought to be the strongest amongst the disciples of the various sects present, besides the demonic lotus blade sect saber young master, Long Yun, and the snow moon sect's Lu Yu. Of course, it didn't include him. Suddenly, Huang Ji and the demonic lotus blade sect disciple attacked at the same time. Swish! 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 Huang Ji attacked, sword images that covered the sky swept out horizontally and vertically, and they carried along strands of terrifying baleful qi as they enveloped the demonic lotus blade sect disciple. OM. 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 The demonic lotus blade sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest. The spirit saber in his hand flashed out, and he was able to perfectly block the sword in Huang Ji's hand every single time. The figures of the two ceaselessly intersected. Saber lights and sword images swept out horizontally and vertically in the sky, causing others to be dazzled. Unlike the 2 times Duan Lingtian had fought head-on and decided the outcome with a single move, the battle between Huang Ji and the demonic lotus blade sect disciple was instead a battle of equal strength. For a time, they were equally matched and locked in battle. Minor 7-star sword technique. In the end, Huang Ji finally executed his greatest trump card, and it was precisely the basic sword skill of the 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, the minor 7-star sword technique. When the minor 7-star sword technique appeared, 7 sword lights that were like shooting stars flashed out. The demonic lotus blade sect disciple was directly defeated by Huang Ji. The 7-star sword sect's 7-star sword technique really deserves its reputation. The minor 7-star sword technique is only the basic sword technique of the 7-star sword technique, yet its might is already so terrifying. You and I will battle first, and the person that wins will properly teach this Duan Lingtian that doesn't know his limits a good lesson. How about it? At this moment, Lu Yu's expression became serious. She could look down on Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was strong, he hadn't matured after all, so she wasn't afraid, but this saber young master, Long Yun, was a great enemy of hers. It's not up to others to tell me how to do things. Saber young master spoke indifferently and was incomparably overbearing. When Lu Yu's expression went grim, Saber young master's figure flashed out to stand in confrontation with Lu Yu. Saber young master's hands were still crossed before his chest from the beginning until the end, and he held the spirit saber in his sheath. Saber young master glanced at Lu Yu with a calm expression as he said indifferently, "You aren't a match for me. I'll surely defeat you within the time of 3 breaths. Otherwise, I admit defeat." Within the time of 3 breaths. As soon as Saber young master finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it successfully drew the gazes of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian. Only Duan Lingtian alone sat upright within the pergola with his eyes closed as he rested his mind. It was as if he didn't have the slightest interest towards the battle that was about to occur. Lu Yu's face went grim when she heard Saber young master, and she shouted out in a light voice. Saber young master, both of us are at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that you're not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue when you speak such arrogant words? At that time, if you're unable to do it, then you'll really be a laughingstock. You don't have to worry about this. Since I dared speak these words, I naturally have confidence. Saber young master's tone was still flat, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't take Lu Yu seriously. Needless to say, the current Saber young master was extremely arrogant. However, as far as the group of people in the martial competition courtyard were concerned, Saber young master's arrogance was different from Duan Lingtian's arrogance. Saber young master's arrogance was the arrogance of confidence, and it caused others to believe in him. Duan Lingtian's arrogance was the arrogance of youth, and it wasn't worth mentioning. You're as arrogant as Duan Lingtian. Lu Yu shouted out in a delicate voice, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Saber young master. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, condensing into 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out along with her, At the same time that she dashed out, a crescent moon-shaped narrow saber appeared out of thin air in Lu Yu's hand, and origin energy suffused the saber as it leaped about. Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, grade 6 spirit saber. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu, the number 1 disciple in the Snow Moon sect's younger generation, relied on the grade 6 spirit saber to possess an offensive strength comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Whoosh! 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 On the way she dashed out, the crescent moon-shaped narrow saber in Lu Yu's hand flashed out to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky, forming a saber net that flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped down towards Saber young master like a shadow. At this moment, this saber net seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net, and it wanted to trap Saber young master within it. Thousand Shadow Saber Technique. Many people recognized the martial skill Lu Yu executed and exclaimed in surprise. A grade 6 spirit sword was only able to amplify Duan Lingtian's basic strength, which was the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. However, the speed of this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's was much swifter than the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber young master's hand. After all, this was a sword strike that contained elementary wind force. Wind, in the first place, focused on speed. Coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts, there was probably no one below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage that could attack faster than Duan Lingtian. The speed of his movement technique was swift, and the speed of his attack was swift. This was Duan Lingtian's current advantage. Whoosh! Saber young master's face sank when his saber strike missed, and he executed a profound movement technique to flash towards the distance, not daring to stop. At the instant he moved, Duan Lingtian hadn't even struck out. Whoosh! The sword strike in Duan Lingtian's hand that was swift to the extreme carried along swift wind force as it flashed out, and the airflow in the air trembled as it emitted a wave of light sword howls as it pointed toward Saber young master. Amongst the people present, only the higher-ups of the 5 great sects were able to see through Duan Lingtian's sword strike. None of the disciples of the 5 great sects were able to clearly see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword strike, too swift. Although the spectating disciples of the 5 great sects were staring fixedly at the scene before them, they were utterly unable to catch sight of the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that flashed out. Swish! A clear sound abruptly sounded out. Although Saber Young Master had dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swift to the extreme in time, a tuft of his long hair was still cut off by Duan Lingtian's sword strike, and it fluttered about before fluttering to the ground. What a swift sword strike! The eyes of the mountain split sect's leader lit up as he spoke with extreme surprise. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. On the battlefield, after Saber Young Master dodged Duan Lingtian's swift sword strike as if he predicted the future, his legs shook as he borrowed the force of the strike to turn around. Swoosh! He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. On the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand, there was an additional strange aura within the origin energy that raged on it. At the same time, another 70+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,100 mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master, Saber Force Seed. OM. 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 The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand was swift to the limit, and his origin energy raged as numerous saber lights condensed into form before finally converging into a demonic lotus. This demonic lotus was formed from the combination of 99 saber lights. It hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when the demonic lotus had already whistled out and enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it. Little demonic lotus saber technique. Origin energy revolved on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and wind force suffused it. Instantly, the origin energy that contained wind force on the grade 6 spirit sword started to lightly tremble, and the frequency became faster and faster, swift to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. Saber Young Master was the first person today that was able to make Duan Lingtian attack with his full strength. Instantly, 1,043 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian, amongst them. Duan Lingtian's basic strength was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with a grade 6 spirit sword, it amplified the strength of 232 ancient mammoths. Elementary wind force was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian didn't hold back in the slightest in this sword strike. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel the blood in his entire body boil. This feeling caused him to feel as if he'd returned to that period of time in his previous life where he was covered in blood. How hot-blooded. How surging with passion. It's been a long time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he spoke silently. Whoosh. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out, and the demonic lotus that was formed carried the might to annihilate everything as it swept towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed grew faster and faster. In the sky above Saber Young Master, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly rose and fell between 1,150 over and 1,180 over, and it was extremely unstable. It was even to the extent that there would occasionally be a moment when Saber Young Master's Saber Force Seed would be temporarily annihilated, and it wouldn't provide any strength to Saber Young Master. At that moment, Saber Young Master's strength was fixed at the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. I only have the confidence to defeat Saber Young Master in one go at the instant the Saber Force Seed on the saber in Saber Young Master's hand is annihilated. Otherwise, even if I use the quake energy to the limit, it would be useless. When he saw the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand striking out and the demonic lotus formed from 99 saber lights was close at hand, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Now, even if he used all his ability, the strength contained within the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 1,043 ancient mammoths, whereas Saber Young Master, so long as the Saber Force Seed appeared on the grade 6 spirit saber, then no matter how small the fluctuation was, it would still be comparable to the strength of 50+ ancient mammoths. When combined with the strength of the other 1,100 ancient mammoths, it exceeded the strength of 1,150 ancient mammoths. In this way, Saber Young Master would escape the greatest range of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. After all, even if Duan Lingtian's quake energy was pushed to the limit, its range of effect would only be within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. So, if Duan Lingtian wanted to suppress Saber Young Master, then he could only seize the moment the Saber Force seed on Saber Young Master's grade 6 Spirit Saber was annihilated. The Saber Force seed wasn't a true Saber Force. Even the owner of the Saber Force seed, Saber Young Master, was unable to control the fluctuation of the Saber Force seed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his acute spiritual force stretched out to fuse into the demonic lotus that was right in front of him, and he monitored the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. Bang! The demonic lotus descended from the sky, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously as it pressed down towards Duan Lingtian. Chapter 396. Saber Young Master flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before staggering to the ground and almost falling down. Although he didn't fall to the ground, Saber Young Master's face was still ghastly pale. "I've lost." Saber Young Master took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it, then his origin energy coiled around his body as he digested the medicinal strength. After he recovered slightly, Saber Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. "I'll look for you again. Once I step into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll personally come to the 7-star sword sect to defeat you and wash away the humiliation I suffered today." As soon as he finished speaking, Saber Young Master flew out and picked up his grade 6 Spirit Saber, then he seemed to have transformed into the wind and vanished from the martial competition courtyard. Although Saber Young Master had lost, he wasn't discouraged. He threatened that he would defeat Duan Lingtian in the future and wash away the humiliation he suffered. This Saber Young Master is much more pleasing to the eye than that Zither Young Master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Saber Young Master had obtained his respect. Duan Lingtian sighed slightly when he recalled the scene from before. If it wasn't for him having the assistance of his acute spiritual force, it would be difficult for him to seize the instant when the Saber Force seed on Saber Young Master's Spirit Saber was annihilated. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to defeat Saber Young Master in a head-on collision. Along with Saber Young Master leaving, the group of people in the martial competition courtyard finally recovered from their shock. The first to recover from their shock were the sect leaders and elders of the various sects, the sect leaders and elders of the Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect had all chosen to remain silent. But their gazes seemed as if they discussed it beforehand, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, his eardrums vibrated as he'd received 3 voice transmissions. "Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to join my Snow Moon sect, I can similarly step down and assist you to become the new sect leader of the Snow Moon sect." Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. "Duan Lingtian, so long as you join my Origin Convergence sect, I'm willing to give up my position and allow you to become the new sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Moreover, I'm willing to allow the strongest guardian elder in the sect to take you as his personal disciple so that you'll be able to grow better." This was the voice of the Gue Yuan sect leader. "Duan Lingtian, switch over to my Mountain Split sect. As long as it's something you want, as long as it's within the scope of my Mountain Split sect's ability, my Mountain Split sect can give it to you. Including the position of sect master, including the cultivation environment, including." This was the voice of the Mountain Split sect master. At the same time, the 3 sect leaders extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He could not help but admit that the conditions offered by the 3 sect leaders were quite attractive. Especially when the Mountain Split sect master said that he could satisfy all his conditions within the scope of the Mountain Split sect's power. This also meant that once he switched over to the Mountain Split sect, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. "Sect leaders, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian used the same voice transmission to send it into the ears of the three sect leaders. Is this Duan Lingtian intentionally infuriating us? He actually said he wants to throw away the profound nascent pill. Too infuriating. The disciples of the various sects gnashed their teeth. Meng Qiu, who sat in the same pergola, looked at Zheng Song with an envious expression. If Zheng Song were to consume the profound nascent pill, then his cultivation would surpass him in half a year. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian abruptly shouted out explosively, and it was extremely sudden. Ah! Zheng Song shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, and he unconsciously opened his mouth to reply. Right at this instant. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the profound nascent pill transformed into a flowing light that directly shot into Zheng Song's mouth. Zheng Song closed his mouth, and the medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill instantly dissolved in his mouth and fused into his body. Zheng Song was dumbstruck. He ate the profound nascent pill? All of this came too suddenly, and it was slightly unexpected to him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you, Zheng Song had a bitter smile on his face, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and forcefully throw the profound nascent pill into his mouth. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. Duan Lingtian's actions shocked the other people present as well. Duan Lingtian really gave the profound nascent pill away? This 7-star sword sect disciple's luck is too good, right? If Duan Lingtian threw that profound nascent pill into my mouth, how good would that be? Stop dreaming. This 7-star sword sect disciple surely has an extremely good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't give the profound nascent pill to him. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Zheng Song in unison, causing Zheng Song to have a bitter smile on his face, and he was slightly restless in his seat. The three higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect frowned, and at almost the exact same time, they sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That profound nascent pill is sufficient to allow you to step into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. How can you just give it away like this? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian, what do you want me to say to you? That kid's natural talent is limited. Even if he consumed the profound nascent pill, his improvement would surely not be as great as yours. What a reckless waste of God's given gifts. This was the voice of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song's father, Zheng Fan. Duan Lingtian, you're muddle-headed. If you consumed that profound nascent pill, it wouldn't be long before you'd be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, why are you like this? What my father and I owe you is much more than what you owe us. Today, you giving the profound nascent pill to me has instead caused me to owe you even more. In the distance, Zheng Fan sighed as well. It was exactly as his son, Zheng Song, had said. What they, father and son, owed Duan Lingtian was truly too much, and they were unable to repay it. The martial competition of the 5 great sects had come to an end. The 7-star sword sect disciple Duan Lingtian had seized the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Seizing the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22. Duan Lingtian has created an unprecedented record. I'm afraid it will be difficult for future generations to break this record. The Snow Moon sect's leader sighed, and his gaze that contained a sheen of envy and jealousy descended onto the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Now, he realized as well. It was practically impossible to poach Duan Lingtian from the 7-star sword sect and make Duan Lingtian join the Snow Moon sect. Earlier, what Duan Lingtian said to Jing Song undoubtedly indicated that Duan Lingtian was a person that knew how to repay kindness. A person like this would absolutely not be ungrateful and betray the sect. This was something the Snow Moon sect's leader was sure of. Through the reminder of the Snow Moon sect's leader, the people present all came to their senses. Yeah, Duan Lingtian has created a shocking record. Participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22 and seizing the honor of first in the martial competition. It can be said to be unprecedented. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Numerous gazes that were filled with reverence converged over from all directions and descended onto him. When he raised his head, he hadn't even seen anything when he felt 2 strong winds sweep over, enveloping the members of the 7-star sword sect and origin convergence sect that were present, and it caused the clothes on everyone to flutter. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, 2 enormous figures descended onto the ground one after the other. The figure that descended first was enormous like a small mountain, and it descended nearby Duan Lingtian's group. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up. The figure that appeared before him now was precisely the 7-star sword sect's revered elder, the Grand Rock. On the side of the origin convergence sect's group, an enormous figure descended as well, and its speed was slightly slower than Elder Peng. This was of a vulture that was completely green in color. It had a ferocious and ugly appearance. At this moment it was glaring at Old Peng with a pair of eyes that refused to admit defeat, and it was continuously waving its ferocious and terrifying head. It seemed to be expressing something. When faced with the vulture's provocation, Elder Peng only glanced indifferently at it and didn't pay any further attention to it, and he had the bearing of an expert. This caused the vulture to be slightly enraged from embarrassment, yet it seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Peng and didn't dare flare up. That's the origin convergence sect guarding demon beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. It was taught a lesson by Elder Peng many years ago, and it has always held a grudge in its heart. But after so many years, its strength is still firmly suppressed by Elder Peng. Linghu Jianheng's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder when this vulture saw Elder Peng, it was as if it saw its life and death enemy. So it turns out that there was such a past between them. Let's go. Under Linghu Jianheng's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock that was as wide as the ground. Duan Lingtian followed at the back. When he ascended the rock, he instead noticed that Linghu Jianheng's personal disciple, Huang Ji, was still standing on the spot without any movement. Not only that. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that under the lead of the Origin Convergence sect leader, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect walked over. What's going on? While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect had already converged with Huang Ji. Sect leader Lu, what's going on? Meanwhile, Linghu Jianheng and the others noticed that something was wrong. Linghu Jianheng looked at the Origin Convergence sect leader and frowned. Speak. The Origin Convergence sect leader didn't reply to Linghu Jianheng, and instead looked at Huang Ji who was by his side as he spoke indifferently. Linghu Jianheng's brows knit together even more when he saw this scene. In the next moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations occurred. Thump. Huang Ji knelt on the ground before Linghu Jianheng, then he lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying with a deep voice, "Master, forgive this disciple for being unable to follow by your side in the future." "Master, please forgive me." Huang Ji's words contained an exceedingly firm resolution mixed within. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. This Huang Ji wants to break away from the relationship of master and disciple with the sect leader and betray the sect. The expressions of Linghu Jianheng and the other members of the 7-star sword sect went grim. Even the sharp eyes of the rock beneath their feet were suffused with cold lights as it stared at Huang Ji, and a terrifying aura swept out to envelop Huang Ji, pressuring him to the point his face flushed red and his body trembled as he shivered. Huang Ji panicked, and he looked at the Origin returning sex leader as he tried to salvage the situation. The Origin returning sex leader glanced indifferently at Huang Ji. Huang Ji, not to mention I don't believe these empty words, even you yourself probably wouldn't believe them. Today, if it wasn't for me saying that I'd take you as my personal disciple and make you the next sect leader of the Origin returning sect. Would you betray Linghu Jinhong, betray the 7-star sword sect, and join my Origin returning sect? Huang Ji laughed embarrassedly. Right, the reason he chose to betray was precisely because of the promise the Origin returning sect's leader made in the martial competition courtyard earlier. At that time, when he saw Duan Lingtian rising in strength, his master had even declared that he wanted to make Duan Lingtian the next 7-star sword sect's leader. He was unwilling to accept this in his heart. The promise of the Origin returning sect's leader allowed him to once again see the light of hope. Duan Lingtian, it was you who forced me. One day, I'll let you know that I'm not inferior to that Duan Lingtian. Huang Ji's eyes emitted traces of ruthlessness as he looked at the direction the rock left towards. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and saw the outline of the 7-star sword sect's 7 great sword peaks from afar. We've returned. Zheng Song stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the direction the 7 great sword peaks were at. To Zheng Song, the 7-star sword sect was his home. It was difficult to give up. Yeah, we've returned. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. All along the way, the atmosphere was slightly heavy, and it caused Duan Lingtian to have an extremely oppressive feeling. And all this originated from Huang Ji's betrayal. When they were about to enter the area of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian suddenly lowered his head to look at the rock beneath his feet, and he sent a voice transmission to Huang Ji. The rock nodded. Of course, besides Duan Lingtian, no one else saw this scene. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock that carried Duan Lingtian's group turned around abruptly, and it didn't head up Dubhe Peak, but instead swooped down and flashed towards the foot of Dubhe Peak. Elder Peng? The actions of the rock caused Linghu Jinhong, who'd been silent all along, to be shocked. Zheng Fan and Kuzhen seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. They only thought that the rock had noticed something. Zheng Song and Meng Qiu's expressions became serious as well. What are all of you doing? I only asked Elder Peng to bring me to see a friend. Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw this scene. Their reactions were too big, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused them to heave a sigh of relief. Kuzhen laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian, who has such great face to make you go see him as soon as you return. Linghu Jinhong and the others looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. All of you will know in a moment. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, keeping them in suspense. Right at this moment, the rock swooped down and alarmed the few 7-star sword sect disciples that were guarding the entrance to the 7-star sword sect. What fierce beast is that? It doesn't look like a fierce beast. It looks like a demon beast. Look, there's someone standing on it. Isn't that the sect leader? There's also Peak Master Jing Fan, Peak Master Kuzhen, and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Under the reverent gazes of the few 7-star sword sect disciples, the rock descended into the horse pen at the side of the entrance. The empty space at the center of the horse pen couldn't be considered to be spacious, and now that the rock had descended, it caused the horse pen to become even narrower. Squeak squeak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse became restless. Obviously, it was extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's words, and it shook its little head to vent the dissatisfaction in its heart. "You're still unconvinced, little fellow?" Duan Lingtian was amused. Squeak squeak. When he saw the little gold mouse crying out in panic again, Duan Lingtian didn't continue teasing it. "How about this, you take me to fly, and I'll help you show the way." As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced at the little gold mouse's body that was the size of an infant's fist, and he had an expression of disdain. "But, can this small body of yours take me to fly?" Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Under Duan Lingtian's astounded gaze, the little gold mouse's body trembled and actually started to swell up. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-meter-tall hill, a hairy hill. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was surprised for a moment, then without hesitation, his body and mind flashed onto the little gold mouse's back, and he felt a stretch of softness where his feet landed. Duan Lingtian directly sat down. "Comfortable. It's much better than the sofas of my previous life." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's voice became even more anxious. "All right, let's go. Over there." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pointed towards the primeval forest as he spoke. Instantly, the little gold mouse moved. Whoosh! A golden light flashed past and vanished outside Arcade Hall. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head as he sat on the little gold mouse's back and was brought along to fly out by the little gold mouse. Everyone said that he was as timid as a mouse, and it really wasn't false in the slightest. Even the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse like the little gold mouse wasn't an exception. If it was any other void-prying stage demon beast, then after it sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would probably look for a place to overcome the tribulation at the first possible moment. This little gold mouse, however, didn't dare wander about by itself, as if it was worried that it would get lost or encounter some sort of danger. "It's that forest." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and missed to see the vast and boundless forest in the distance. It was precisely the primeval forest. Although he'd long since known that the primeval forest occupied a vast and boundless area, when Duan Lingtian really looked down from the sky, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Too large. No wonder he was able to spend such a long time circling around a place near the inner area that day. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he heard a clap of thunder enter his ears. Instantly, his face went ghastly pale as he shouted in a low voice. "Little gold, go down. Quickly go down." Squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and its sharp voice suppressed the ferocious beast. At the same time, origin energy raged on the pocket-sized grade 6 spirit sword in its hand, and it flickered with a terrifying sheen. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse cried out excitedly as the grade 6 spirit sword in its hand swung out, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth shook in the sky. Above the little gold mouse, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Swish! The little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and the howling of the wind and the howling of the sword sounded out at almost the exact same time. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the half-step void stage ferocious beast was killed by the little gold mouse with a single strike of its sword. It crashed onto the ground, and its dazzling and resplendent blood dyed the ground red. The grade 6 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined for the little gold mouse was able to provide an entire 40% amplification of strength. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's side, and its jade-green eyes were mixed with excitement. Amazing! Amazing! The little gold mouse's excited voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now, when he heard this slightly immature voice, traces of coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart instead. This little gold mouse was simply a violent maniac. Continue. Continue. Duan Lingtian had just put away the remains and inner core of the half-step void stage demon beast when he heard the little gold mouse's voice again. The little gold mouse led the way ahead and continued deeper into the primeval forest. This little fellow has really gotten addicted to playing. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and when he followed up, his expression became slightly serious. Because he knew that if he continued walking deeper in, he might be able to encounter a demon beast. The weakest demon beast was at the first level of the void prying stage, and its strength was similar to the little gold mouse. However, the little gold mouse now had a grade 6 spirit sword to rely on, so long as she didn't encounter a demon beast at the second level of the void prying stage or above, she ought to not have too much pressure. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse encountered a first-level void prying stage demon beast. It was exactly as Duan Lingtian had thought. The first-level void prying stage demon beast was utterly unable to block a single strike of the little gold mouse's sword. Alright, little gold, don't go deeper in. When he saw the little gold mouse kill a few first-level void prying stage demon beasts and still want to head deeper into the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian secretly wiped off his cold sweat. This enormous wolf was an entire 3 meters tall, and its bloody mouth was large enough to stuff a few Duan Lingtian in. Most importantly, this was a second-level void prying stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart, and he glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Little gold, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you wanting to go deep into here, we wouldn't have encountered this fellow. Now it's great, we're probably going to die here. Even though the little gold mouse utilized a grade 6 spirit sword and was capable of exerting the strength of 2,800 ancient mammoths, however, when the strength of this second-level void prying stage demon beast exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Even if the little gold mouse possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, she wasn't a match for it. Kill it. Kill it. Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as the little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out. Kill it? You go? Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse and spoke angrily. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his arm lighten, and he was able to hear a wave of howls of the wind flashing out to sweep towards the second-level void prying stage enormous wolf demon beast, Little Gold. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, as he never imagined that the little gold mouse would be so ferocious and directly charge over. Right when Duan Lingtian had a worried expression and was burning with impatience, the scene that occurred before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be completely dumbstruck. When the little gold mouse dashed out, sword howls sounded out, and 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Duan Lingtian flipped over and climbed up the crooked tree, then walked into the stalactite cave. The little gold mouse shrunk and followed. Even if I refine a spatial ring for you, you'll probably be unable to wear it. How about this, I'll refine a necklace for you. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse before starting to get busy. A grade 7 weapons craftsman was capable of refining a spatial ring. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman, coupled with him inheriting the lifetime worth of Samsara Emperor Wu's natural talent in weapons refinement, refining a spatial ring was only a piece of cake to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Duan Lingtian was even able to draw inferences about other things. He was able to perfectly replicate the functions of a spatial ring onto any ornament. After bustling about for a while, a necklace appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. I've used a special material with extremely high flexibility for this necklace. When you wear it on your neck, it won't affect your ability to grow or shrink in the future. After he asked the little gold mouse to drip her blood on the necklace to establish ownership, Duan Lingtian wore the necklace on the little gold mouse's neck. In next to no time, the little gold mouse had learned the method of using the necklace. Then she put away the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand. So it turns out that you wanted this thing for the sake of storing a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Big brother Lingtian, this can't be called a spatial ring, right? The little gold mouse excitedly shook the necklace on her neck as she asked via voice transmission. Yes, this can be considered as a spatial ring. Duan Lingtian nodded. No matter if it was a spatial ring or a spatial ring, both of them only had a single function, and that was to store inanimate objects. Alright, your big sister Kerr ought to have already awoken, let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the stalactite cave, and only now did he notice that the sky had gradually darkened, and it was already dusk. After leaving the peak of Migra's Peak, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian frowned. Not far away, a figure stopped in his tracks and looked at him. The Migra's Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you seized the first in the martial competition this time. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at an unparalleled treasure. The burning flames of greed that leaped about in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into ash. 22 years old, 4th level of the nascent soul stage, comprehended elementary wind force. Defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition. As far as he was concerned, all of Duan Lingtian's glory had surely originated from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. So what if it is? Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin. For a time, a group of Migra's Peak disciples surrounded him, beaming with joy. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Obviously, these Migra's Peak disciples had received the news as well, and knew that he'd seized the first in the martial competition. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and traces of viciousness were emitted from his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I'll find an opportunity. I'll surely kill you and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. The greed in Zhao Lin's heart was close to madness. Big brother Lingtian, that person from before seemed to have aroused killing intent towards you. Do you want me to help you kill him? The little gold mouse's tender voice that was like a little girl sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and traces of excitement was mixed within her tender voice. It was as if killing someone was something that was extremely tempting to her. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. This little gold mouse was truly a little devil. I want to kill him as well. But this place isn't convenient. Duan Lingtian stopped the little gold mouse. If the little gold mouse were to make a move here, it would truly draw too much attention. If that Zhao Lin didn't have any background, then so be it. With his current status in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, killing Zhao Lin was nothing. But the problem was, there was still a guardian elder behind Zhao Lin. A guardian elder's status in the 7-star sword sect was equivalent to the sect leader. It was even to the extent that because of the guardian elder's seniority, even the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, had to respectfully call him martial uncle. It was imaginable. Today, once Little Gold made a move and killed Zhao Lin, he would surely draw an extremely great amount of trouble. At that time, even if the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, wanted to protect him, he would probably be powerless. Yes, then I'll wait for a convenient time to kill him. Little Gold's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once again. The slightly tender voice of a little girl sounded to be pure and innocent, but the content caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, this little fellow is a friend and not an enemy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and slightly rejoiced in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked onto the chain bridge that led to Dubhe Peak. This little fellow even knows how to clear her name? Young master, what was the outcome of the martial competition you participated in at the demonic Lotus Blade sect? I heard from master that the 7-star sword sect has already successively missed the top 3 of the martial competition. Kerr asked curiously. This time, our 7-star sword sect disciple seized the first in the martial competition. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr ask this, he knew that she still didn't know of the news that gave rise to much discussion outside, and he smiled mysteriously. First in the martial competition? Kerr was stunned, then asked curiously. Young master, could it be that the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seized the first in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect? Kerr wasn't too clear about Duan Lingtian's current strength. She only knew that her young master's strength was stronger than her, and she'd never asked about the specifics. As far as she was concerned, although her young master's natural talent was extraordinary, he was still young after all. Even if he went to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, she presumed he wouldn't be able to obtain any rankings. Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he thought of the scene of Huang Ji betraying the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect, his face couldn't help but slightly sink. That Huang Ji was an ungrateful person, he was simply an ingrate. Huang Ji's actions were infuriating. Young master, what's wrong? Kerr noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression wasn't right, and her beautiful face went slightly pale as she asked timidly. Did Kerr say something wrong? As she finished speaking, Kerr had tears that were on the verge of dripping. Kerr was incomparably strong in front of others, but in front of Duan Lingtian, she was tender like water, and her entire body seemed as if it was made of water. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was her everything and everything. Every single action of Duan Lingtian was related to her emotions at all times. I'm fine. Kerr's delicate and pitiful appearance caused Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to hold Kerr's hand, then squeezed Kerr's palm as he said with a light smile, "Silly girl, I only thought of that ingrate, it's unrelated to you." Ingrate? A wisp of bewilderment appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she heard this. It's that Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian spoke of Huang Ji's actions one by one. After Kerr finished listening, her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ice. This Huang Ji has truly gone too far. The sect leader fostered him into a genius, yet he actually repaid the sect leader like this. Now, the sect leader is surely very pained, right? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed. Putting yourself in the sect leader's shoes, it's not difficult to feel the sect leader's current feelings. Alright, let's not talk about this. Kerr nodded, then blinked her beautiful eyes as the thin layer of ice on her face melted, and she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Young master. It was you who seized first place in the 5 great sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, right? Why do you think so? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never expected that Kerr would suddenly say this. Could it be that the little gold mouse secretly told her? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He still remembered. Earlier, when he brought the little gold mouse over from Migra's Peak, there was a group of Migra's Peak disciples that surrounded him and congratulated him for seizing first place in the 5 great sects martial competition. Presumably, this little fellow heard it as well. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, then said via voice transmission, I didn't say that. Young master, I guessed. Chapter 408. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stretched out her claw to point towards a room in the distance when she heard the beautiful woman, and her jade-green eyes were filled with rage. Flowing light spun within the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes when she heard this, and she seemed to have guessed something as she smiled. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were like sweet dew after a long drought, and they lingered together until deep into the night before leaving the room. After leaving the room, the two of them arrived at the pavilion. At the first possible moment, they saw the beautiful woman that was playing with the little gold mouse, Master. Kerr bowed respectfully, and her beautiful face was flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian followed to greet, and his face wasn't red nor was he out of breath, and he didn't forget to wink at Kerr, causing Kerr to be embarrassed to the point of wishing for nothing more than to dig a hole to hide in. The beautiful woman was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang lightly smiled and nodded to Kerr, then her gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and she sighed lightly. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you'd actually seize first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Our 7-star sword sect hasn't seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition for a very long time. As she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiang slightly reminisced. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he'd heard the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, mention this. The last time the 7-star sword sect seized first place in the 5 Great Sects martial competition was almost 20 years ago. At that time, the person that seized first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect was the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. In next to no time, Qin Xiang changed the topic. The 2-year agreement between you and Zither young master will arrive 1 year from now. I've discussed it with the sect leader, and since your current strength isn't inferior to a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, I'll let you go out and gain experience. Gain experience? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Qin Xiang nodded and said slowly, I presume you've heard since long ago that our 7-star sword sect has many properties all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Besides some external affairs elders, most of the people that are in charge of managing these properties are inner court disciples above the age of 30. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard of this before. Qin Xiang continued, after my discussion with the sect master, we've decided to let you go to the ancient city of Everlast. Ancient city of Everlasting Wasteland? Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help being stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the ancient city of Everlasting Desolation. 2 years ago, when he and Li Fei left the 7-star sword sect and headed to the solitary peak, they'd gone to the ancient city of Everlast. Later on, he met Zhang Shouyong and his wife in the ancient city of Everlast. Our 7-star sword sect has properties in the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Qin Xiang nodded. Our 7-star sword sect doesn't have any businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. However, the 2 external affairs elders and some inner court disciples of our 7-star sword sect in the ancient city of Everlast are instead guarding the ancient river trading company. Protect the Chamber of Commerce? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the 7-star sword sect was related to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Merchant Association. Presumably, the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples guarding the ancient river trading company ought to be able to obtain a certain amount of protection fees. This was something that Duan Lingtian could confirm. When are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. Tomorrow. Qin Xiang said, you can go look for the sect master at noon tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Kerr before bidding farewell to Qin Xiang and leaving Alcade Hall. After returning to the stalactite cave, he cultivated for an entire night. At dawn the next day, he went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei and told her that he would be leaving for a period of time. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along Kerr and Li Fei when he left this time. According to the words of Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, an elder by the ancient city of Everlast was too chaotic. Coupled with Duan Lingtian going there to gain experience this time and not to play, if the 2 girls were to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, then perhaps it would affect Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Outside Dubhe Hall on the seven-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, a black figure flashed into the sky and shot high up into the sky before disappearing into the clouds and mist. At the same time, high up in the sky, a young man wearing the attire of an inner court disciple of the seven-star sword sect was standing on an enormous hawk as he tore through the sky with an extremely swift speed. With this first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, Sun Hawk, as my mount, it'll take at most a month to arrive at the ancient city of Everlast. The gaze of the young man with slanted brows and starry eyes that were exceedingly handsome pierced through the clouds and mist to descend into the distance as he muttered to himself. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who just left the seven-star sword sect. Presently, Duan Lingtian was standing on the Sun Hawk as he soared through the sky. Although the Sun Hawk's speed couldn't compare to Elder Peng, it still far surpassed a Fergana horse. This Sun Hawk was entrusted to Elder Peng by the seven-star sword sect leader to help Duan Lingtian capture it. It wasn't that Elder Peng was stingy, but the stronger a bird-type fierce beast was, the harder it was to tame. Just this first-level nascent soul stage Sun Hawk, Duan Lingtian relied on his entire strength to spend an entire 3 hours before completely taming it. Suddenly, squeak squeak, a wave of cries sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. In next to no time, a golden furry little head stuck out, and it blinked its jade-green eyes as it looked at Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the little gold mouse that had always been by Ker's side, the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Big brother Lingtian, this mixed-haired bird's speed is too slow. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as the little gold mouse's tender voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. You're really comparing it to you? Don't you think about how high its cultivation is and how high your cultivation is? How about you become big and carry me to the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian's voice seemed as if it came from an ice cave, and it contained frightening coldness mixed within, but he still finished speaking with extreme patience. Now, he endured it because Zhao Lei was a seven-star sword sect disciple. Whereas he gave face to the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Otherwise, with his temper, he'd have killed Zhao Lei long ago for humiliating him without end like this. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to be in an uproar. This young man spoke neither obsequiously nor haughtily, and seems to not be fake. Could it be that he's really a seven-star sword sect disciple? But, even if he's a seven-star sword sect disciple, it's impossible for him to be an inner court disciple, right? I've never heard of such a young inner court disciple in the seven-star sword sect. I think he's deliberately mystifying. I don't think so. He already said he wants to enter the city to look for a seven-star sword sect elder to determine his identity. Could it be that he still has the confidence to escape under the nose of a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple? Who knows? The mocking smile on Zhao Lei's face grew wider when he heard Duan Lingtian. Look for the two elders? There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted piercingly cold lights, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer as he said in a low voice, Zhao Lei, are you determined to make things difficult for me today? Make things difficult for you? Zhao Lei was first stunned, then he couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. After laughing for a while, he once again looked down upon Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. Kid, it's not that I'm looking down on you. But what qualifications does a young kid like you have to make me make things difficult for you? If you're sensible, then quickly take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your legs. At the same time that Zhao Lei shouted coldly at Duan Lingtian, he continued to look down upon Duan Lingtian. Just like how Duan Lingtian was only an ant in his eyes, an ant that he could casually trample to death. Are you sure you want to do this? Presently, the icy coldness on Duan Lingtian's face gradually dispersed, and it was replaced by calmness. Perhaps, in his eyes, a person like Zhao Lei wasn't worthy of him getting angry. Zhao Lei wasn't worthy. What I do isn't up to a young kid like you to tell me what to do. When Zhao Lei saw the furious expression on Duan Lingtian's face vanish, he thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he sneered. Kid, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, if you still have a single piece of cloth on your body, then I'll break your legs and make you crawl into the city. You have 2 choices, you better think clearly before you decide. As Zhao Lei finished speaking, his face was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Zhao Lei and stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if the matter before his eyes wasn't related to him in the slightest. There's still 7 breaths of time. Zhao Lei's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. When he saw Duan Lingtian still remaining unmoved, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck by him. Besides a portion of the surrounding crowd taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, there was also a portion of the surrounding crowd that looked at Duan Lingtian with pity. Some kind-hearted people even persuaded Duan Lingtian. Little brother, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Losing face is better than losing your legs. Yeah, little brother, endure it for a while and it'll be over. This subordinate was one of the strongest amongst his subordinates, and logically speaking, this subordinate shouldn't be such a coward. Leader, this ancient river trading company is under the protection of the 7-Star Sword Sect. Look at these people, they're all members of the 7-Star Sword Sect. Especially this middle-aged man, he's wearing the attire of a 7-Star Sword Sect elder. If I'm not wrong, he ought to be one of the 2 external affairs elders of the 7-Star Sword Sect that's guarding the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. As he finished speaking, the gray-clothed bandit had a terrified expression. Supposedly, the 2 external affairs elders of the 7-Star Sword Sect that's guarding the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast are both existences at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Actually, when the gray-clothed bandit mentioned the 7-Star Sword Sect, the bandit leader's expression had already gone pale. Now, after he finished listening to the gray-clothed bandit, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. 3rd level of the void prying stage? We've caused great trouble. The bandit leader's heart trembled and his face went pale, then his gaze descended onto Feng Ping, who wore the attire of a 7-Star Sword Sect elder, and he cupped his hands. Sir, I, Old Third Wang, didn't know that you're a senior of the 7-Star Sword Sect. I've been rude. Presently, the bandit leader had a terrified expression. Humph. You bandits know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right? You dare rob a merchant caravan that's under the protection of our 7-star sword sect? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Feng Ping hadn't said anything when Zhao Lei had already snorted coldly and reprimanded the bandit leader. The bandit leader's face went grim. He was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. He was afraid of a 7-star sword sect elder, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of an ordinary 7-star sword sect disciple. But, when he thought of the 7-star sword sect elder present, he lowered his arrogant head and hurriedly agreed, not daring to hesitate. He knew clearly in his heart. With the strength of a void-prying stage expert, it was sufficient to sweep through their entire bandit group. When he saw the bandit leader admitting defeat, Zhao Lei, who borrowed Feng Ping's power, had a complacent expression. Finally, Feng Ping spoke, and he glanced indifferently at the bandit leader. Since all of you know you're unable to take us down, then according to the rules of the boundless desert, you cripple your own cultivation. The rules of the boundless desert. If a bandit group was blind and offended an existence that was difficult to match, then at the moment of annihilation, the bandit leader could make a choice to save the entire bandit group. So long as the bandit leader crippled his own cultivation, the bandit group would be able to escape calamity. Chapter 4:15. The gray-clothed bandit's figure flashed out as he charged towards Zhao Lei, and the saber light on the saber in his hand skyrocketed. In the sky, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared first, then another 150+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Obviously, this gray-clothed bandit was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The saber in his hand was a grade 8 spirit saber. The gray-clothed bandit's attack caused the expression of Zhao Lei, who was in an extremely sorry state under the pincer attack of the other bandits, to go pale. Duan Lingtian. In his panic, Zhao Lei noticed the nearby Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian watching the show with a carefree expression, he was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. I'm fighting the bandits here. This Duan Lingtian is watching the show from the side? Instantly, Zhao Lei's heart warped and he felt a wave of unfairness. Zhao Lei's eyes went cold as he glanced at the gray-clothed bandit that flashed over, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that had a scheme mixed within. All of a sudden. Bang! Zhao Lei's feet stomped on the ground as his origin energy skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been watching the show since the beginning. When he saw Zhao Lei being targeted by the gray-clothed bandit, he'd already intended to make a move, even though the conflict between him and Zhao Lei wasn't shallow. However, Zhao Lei was a 7-star sword sect disciple no matter what, and when Zhao Lei encountered a calamity under such circumstances, as a fellow 7-star sword sect disciple, he shouldn't stand by idly and add insult to injury. But the scene that suddenly appeared before him caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. Zhao Lei. When he saw Zhao Lei charging towards him and circling around behind him, causing him to become the target of the gray-clothed bandit and the other bandits. How could he not know what Zhao Lei had in mind? This Zhao Lei wanted these bandits to kill him. After all, Zhao Lei didn't know his true strength. He only thought that Zhao Lei was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave them to you. I'll go help Elder Feng Ping. Very quickly, Zhao Lei's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become even more gloomy. His eyes shot out a frightening cold light. Help Elder Feng Ping? With Zhao Lei's mediocre methods, would Elder Feng Ping need his help? Not only that, with Elder Feng Ping leading the group of bandits, most of them were already dead, with only a few remaining. It had nothing to do with Zhao Lei. It seems that I am still too kind. Duan Lingtian felt a chill in his heart. It was so cold that it pierced his bones. He felt that his idea of saving Zhao Lei was laughable. Earlier, he had wanted to help Zhao Lei deal with the gray-clothed bandits. Who would have thought that Zhao Lei would use him as a shield and expose him in front of the other bandits, including the gray-robed bandits, making him the target of everyone. Zhao Lei clearly had the intention of sending him to his death. After all, in Zhao Lei's eyes, his strength was inferior to the gray-clothed bandit. Whoosh! Amongst the bandits, the gray-clothed bandit, a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, had the fastest speed, and he arrived nearby Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. When he saw Duan Lingtian being so young, the gray-clothed bandit had contempt in his heart. At the same time that he flashed past Duan Lingtian, the saber in his hand casually flashed out to directly slash towards Duan Lingtian's throat, as if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. That mysterious woman was only a little over 20 years old, yet with a raise of her hand, she annihilated 3 Great Void initiation stage experts. To Qin Xiang. She was able to become sisters with that young woman of extraordinary origins, and it was her good fortune that she'd cultivated for 3 lifetimes. She knew clearly in her heart. If it wasn't for that woman, it would be impossible for her to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect whose strength was only inferior to the sect leader, Elder Peng, and the 2 guardian elders. She was only a woman, yet was able to stand at such a height, and the contribution of that big sister of hers was indispensable. Martial Aunt, Master's 50th birthday is 7 months from now. Master asked me to invite Martial Aunt and those close to Martial Aunt to head over and use this opportunity to catch up. Master asked me to tell Martial Aunt something. The relationship between sisters will never change. The white-clothed young woman spoke slowly. The relationship between sisters will never change. Qin Xiang's body slightly shook, and she sighed lightly. The greatest achievement in my lifetime isn't becoming the peak master of Alcade Peak. It's instead taking a good big sister as my own. Shua, wait a moment, I'll go prepare right away. After she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's figure flashed to return to Alcade Hall. Kerr, make a trip with Master. Perhaps, this is your fortune. Qin Xiang found Kerr and spoke frankly. Kerr had a puzzled expression. Kerr, do you still remember that martial aunt that Master mentioned to you? Qin Xiang asked Kerr. I remember. Kerr nodded. Master, is this related to martial aunt? She'd heard of that mysterious martial aunt, and knew that she was a peerless figure that her master spoke of, and was even the person that her master respected the most in her entire life. Your martial aunt's 50th birthday is 7 months from now. She asked her personal disciple to come over and invite us to head over together. Qin Xiang lightly smiled as she spoke. But if I go with you, Master, then the 2-year agreement between young Master and Zither young Master. Kerr was slightly hesitant. I'm confident in Duan Lingtian regarding that 2-year agreement. What? Kerr, could it be that you don't have confidence in him? Qin Xiang smiled as she asked, and then her expression turned serious as she slowly said, with your martial aunt's character, she'll absolutely not treat you unfairly on this trip. Perhaps, when you return, your cultivation would already far surpass Duan Lingtian. Qin Xiang's heart couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the background of her big sister. To her, it was an existence that was difficult to reach in her entire lifetime. When she saw Kerr still hesitating, Qin Xiang continued. Kerr, I know you're working so hard to cultivate for the sake of being able to help Duan Lingtian one day. But, even if you continue cultivating like this, you might not be able to surpass Duan Lingtian and help Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Zhao Lei, although this matter arose because of you, but the way I resolved it in the end was slightly too extreme. I'm sorry. Zhao Lei nodded and silently withdrew. Now it's fine, the storm has passed. Duan Lingtian is an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, guaranteed to be genuine. Feng Ping laughed heartily and was extremely happy. He was happy that such a monstrous genius had appeared in the 7-star sword sect. Elder Feng Ping, Elder Zhao Yu. I have something that I want to tell both of you in advance. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ping and Zhao Yu as he slowly spoke. What is it? Speak. Feng Ping and Zhao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian in unison, and they had an expression that said, no matter what it is, we'll deal with it for you. It's like this. I intend to leave the ancient city of Everlast and wander about by myself for a period of time. Duan Lingtian spoke without the slightest hesitation. He'd already decided on this plan 2 months ago before he'd even left with the merchant group. Now, since his identity had already been confirmed, it was time for him to leave. He kept having the feeling that staying in the ancient city of Everlast wouldn't have any effect of gaining experience and tempering. Perhaps, going out to wander by himself would be able to obtain a better effect of gaining experience and tempering. Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Ping to frown. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader asked you to come here because he hoped you'd be able to obtain experience and tempering here. Not only that, I think the reason the sect leader made this decision was because he felt that with me and Elder Zhao Yu taking care of you in the ancient city of Everlast, even if you encounter any danger, it would be easily resolved. Yeah, Duan Lingtian. If you wander by yourself and encounter any danger or something happens to you, how do you want us to explain it to the sect leader? Zhao Yu nodded and agreed with Feng Ping. Don't worry, elders, I'll act according to my ability. I'll absolutely not act rashly. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he had an appearance of having made a decision. When they saw Duan Lingtian being so persistent, Feng Ping and Zhao Yu didn't say anything further. Feng Ping had a serious expression as he warned. Duan Lingtian, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. You have to know that you're not alone now, and you're shouldering the future of the 7-star sword sect. Yeah, you must be careful. Zhao Yu said as well. Don't worry, elders, I will. Duan Lingtian nodded, then said, since it's like this, then I'll leave right away, there's no rush. Zhao Yu lightly smiled and stopped him. Duan Lingtian, you've just returned today and are covered in dust. Tonight, let us father and son be the host, and we'll have a good meal in a restaurant. It wouldn't be too late for you to leave tomorrow, how about it? All right. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt him and nodded. To him, there wasn't much of a difference if it was a day earlier or a day later. But what about the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll? If we let Duan Lingtian escape this time, then we don't know if we'll be able to find such a good opportunity in the future. Zhao Lei frowned, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Lei. Zhao Yu sighed, then stretched out his hand and pointed at his own head. Sometimes, you have to use your brain to think. Even if I don't follow Duan Lingtian and pursue him to seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it doesn't mean that I won't let others kill him and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. To us, it isn't important who killed him. The most important thing is the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll.